back, everyone, to more week one from the fourth season for the CL Jolly League. We have 1 to 3 games today. Not sure how many we're actually going to fit in because the timing's quite tight. So I'll have to see how that goes. First up, we do have Coordination Intellect versus Team Pitches. That is one that is 100% going to get streamed start to finish. So yeah, we've got that coming up. That's to look forward to. Coordination Intellect is one of the higher ranked teams within the River League, whereas Team Pitches, on the other side, one of the slightly lower ranked teams. However, as we have been shown, anything can happen. TLH dropping games against the Fighting Cocks yesterday shows that, yeah, there can be upsets. We also did see the draw between Departure Esports T2 and the A remains, so be completely ready for things to go sideways. But as we move towards then potentially, depending how quickly QNT versus TMB is, we might have Archeon Academy Flash versus Paper Squad. We have to just sorry. My brain is going today. Clearly, I've not had enough tea or coffee or whatever. What I was going to say is, if we have enough time, we will be doing Archeon Academy Flash versus Paper Squad, or if they feel like hanging around till the other game is done, so that we can do that. Otherwise, if that doesn't happen, we'll definitely be having Team Cataclysm versus Silver Phoenix later on. And hopefully I will be having Deurmat coming to join me at some point. He is just a little bit delayed, so he'll be joining a little bit later. Just typing things, hard to speak and type at the same time, you know. So, oops. Let me just copy some of these links to people. So we've got the QNI draft, we've got, we have Team Bitches draft link, and then we also have the spectator, spectator link. Yes, it has it right in the chat. Everyone knows exactly why it needs to be so much for the IAs. We did have the poll, the poll suggestion. So you know what? We can set up the poll now. Why not? Which team will buy the most control words, or which player will have the most control words? Let's do team. That's slightly easier for me to set up. Both teams are having some internet and connection issues right now, so we definitely have time to have a little bit of a chat about both the teams. Which team likes wards more? And then I'm going to assume that Twitch probably isn't going to let me write bitches in there, so let's just do QNT versus TMB, and we'll put it on for a full 5 minutes because we don't know how long this is going to go for. There we go. There's a poll. Which team's going to like wards more? Let's just play rock, paper, scissors. Oh no. But there you go. A little bit of background, I suppose, about these teams, what we might expect to see from coming out from either of these teams. We can have a little bit of a chat about that if my links are actually going to work. They don't want to work. Always nice when that happens. So on the side of QNI, we do have a player filling in as the support. I'm not too sure which way round they're going to be playing today. We've got Zero in the mid lane, I think QNI Unleashed is probably going to be the top laner. It looks like QNI the GOAT might be filling in as support. He's had a lot of support games recently. And I assume QNI Rage, Engage, and Natsu Fern might be the bot lane. Actually, no, I can see. It's apparently Unleashed is top. The GOAT is jungle. Natsu Fern will be the mid laner. Rage Engage will be the ADC, and Zero will be the support for the games coming up. So yeah, there we go. Let's see which team's winning the light chords. QNT. Okay, that was very interesting. For the people that don't know, Team Bitches is a girl comprised entirely of girls. Girl is a girl. It's a team comprised entirely of girls. And it's safe to say, actually, quite a few of them do play support as their main role. I think the safest way to describe the team might be 4.5 support mains. And we'll have to see how that goes. I would expect with 4.5 support mains on your team that you will end up having some good warding stats. Oh, we can see TMB just shot up after people heard that. So we're gonna have to wait. We'll have to wait until the game and see which one will end up with more stats, more control wards and such. Looks like we have had at least one team rejoin. We're just waiting on a couple of the players from QNI. So maybe we can have a talk about what sort of picks we're likely to see. From the side of Team Pitchers, they definitely tend to pick more of these enchanters as the supports, and they like to pick some more aggressive ADCs. I think we see Draven is picked quite a lot, as well as Kai'Sa, Xayah. So, a lot of ADCs that have a lot of their own agency and will also scale quite well with the enchanter supports. Meanwhile, we look towards Renska, who will be playing that top lane position. Oh, everyone's talking about F1. There you go, we can have a talk about F1. Verstappen has won. Interesting. I didn't know about that. That's annoying. I'm in a F1 fantasy league. I don't have Verstappen. Damn. Actually, what was the final results? I'm gonna look them up. F1 results. There we go. We're now on F1 stream. Let's have a chat about F1. Yeah, so Verstappen won a full 22 seconds ahead. That's quite a margin. That is quite a margin indeed. Norris managed to pick up third. Ferraris did quite well. Williams did absolute crap. But I don't have them. I have AlphaTauri. How did they do? Not terribly. So that's okay. F1 is the second best sport. What's the best sport? Are you gonna say Formula E? F1 where they get boosts? FE sucks. I watched it and it looks like they
Hello?
tried to make Formula One more interesting. Ah, welcome to the just randomly chatting stream until the teams
Yeah.
managed to get into lobby.
I thought I'd come and join you about Formula One.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, so I'm literally finding
I
out
did.
now about who
I
won.
did. It was Verstappen came first. Hamilton finished second, and Norris finished third.
Ah, I see, I see.
Oh shit! I dropped my phone.
Ah, okay. Right. One of the teams wants to have a call, so let me just have a mute on the stream, and we'll be back in a minute. Okay. So, that took a little while. I wouldn't be surprised if we lost people, but there was just some issues getting into the champions, the lobby, but they have now been resolved. Um, just sending the teams the links again, and then we can start off the draft. Uh, Copy the link.
No, I saw my name at the caster, so there we go. Here I am.
Nice. Welcome,
Surprise,
welcome.
surprise.
You're joining just in time before the game starts.
Thought so. It's just a magical feeling, magical thing.
Yeah, you actually just knew the whole time it was going to start late, didn't you?
Basically.
Oh,
Nah, not really.
yeah. But,
Hoping everything's going better than yesterday. Let's just keep it on that.
well, it's, yeah, we had some issues, but we're going in. There is an emergency sub that has been used for coordination intellect. Their sub mid had some issues, so won't be able to play today. So they've had to take a sub at the last minute, and because it was outside of their control, Team Bitches have graciously allowed them to waive the ban rules. They're gonna have all of their bans still, and as soon as the teams are ready, we can let them go. I'm just gonna tell them. Oh right, I need to send you the. Oh wait a second, I need to get you into the lobby now.
Is there space in the spectator spots?
Yes, there is, but it doesn't let you join unless there's space in the normal
Yeah,
thing.
true.
So I just need them to, yeah, and I need to find
One of
you
them
on,
moved there, and then I need to be there, and then
and then
I don't know why you're not
swap
on my
it all
friends
back.
list, but we can easily resolve that by doing this.
It will make it a lot easier for me rather than mistyping. Um,
Wait, didn't I just add you?
did you misspell it? Is your
I
friends list
just
full?
It's just Coral League, right? Oh, and
Oh
that
no,
might be a
I'm on
thing, but
Gabblit.
then oh, you're just on Gabblit. Okay, fair. And do it like this. Yikes. Okay, there we go.
There we go, that works. And then where are you? There you are. And then I don't know if you can see the
You
chat
see?
history.
No, I cannot.
Oh, I didn't
Unlucky.
think so. There we go. There's the link to the spectator for the champion select. And I think, okay, as soon as you are ready.
As soon as his Chinese side has loaded, we can see both sides. I think it's a nice touch that you guys switched over to PandaQ because I think it's a real nice program to use because it gives unlimited time to the drafting phase. That means no panic picks, but you can still
Yes.
communicate with the teams like, okay, this drafting phase right now is going on for a long time, so please just lock your champion. And it doesn't make for some funny interactions when people say, "Oh, I know it says Oriana, but we banned Alistar."
Yes, so it's not the best when it does that. But as we do go into this drafting phase, it's coordination intellect up first to ban. I mean, one of them has to have joined it, so there must be just taking a while to put on their choose their first ban.
Can't say ready if you're not there, but then again, we can basically say that the draft officially starts after the first ban. So here we go, we're finally into the draft, and it's actually going to be one of the meta bans. Of course, we are still in the obnoxious hell of camp tank junglers meta. We've mostly seen champions like Hakarim and Udyr being first pick priority picks, and right now Hakarim's already off the board, probably also banned towards Team Bitches. And also Kai'Sa, one of the main champions that has seen a lot of play in the bot lane, is already off the board because for some reason people just don't really know how to play against short range hyper carries which split self heals. So that's why Kai'Sa and Zai, of course, really make a standing into these metas.
Yes, and they do play a lot of Kai'Sa. A lot of the members on Team Bitches also play a lot of Lulu, so that's definitely just a champion coordination intellect don't want to face.
Also,
this
really,
game.
really annoying champion to play against. You know, a polymorph is a really bad thing to have to deal with if you're playing with an engage support, for instance. And Alistar can be really frustrated about the ability, even with his cleanse on ult. And hook champions, engage champions, just basically get said, nope, this is as far as it goes and no further. And even poke champions can be, shielded out by the champion. So for now, off the board, and Leona is actually the first pick from Quad Nation, which is interesting because we don't really see a lot of supports first pick.
This might be just the fact team pitchers do almost entirely play enchanters. I'm not sure which one of them is actually going support. I should be able to find out fairly easily actually. It
Then
would be
again,
both
if
supports.
anything, it's not like enchanters get hard countered by heavy engage. Heavy engage in general is a big counter to enchanters because enchanters are a counter towards poke. But now we're seeing the Morgana get on the board, and well, that black shield is going to be a real pain for Quad Nation to deal with because this Leona cannot focus the black shielded target.
Yep, and we also see the Syndra locked in. That's a lot of long range, just a fairly safe blind pick. And maybe a bit of a denial. I've not had much time to look into
To be fair, we can actually talk about the fact that Morgana right now is a really popular pick in the jungle. So I don't know if there's anything weird going on, but maybe we'll see a shine of that.
Yesterday we did ban out Morgana jungle every game against TLH. So it definitely could be a pivot towards the jungle. So Nico locking in, they're locking in their mid laner. Nico into Syndra, how do you feel about that matchup? Personally, I don't really like playing it. I think it's quite hard to
In
play.
general, I don't really like the Syndra pick, even though it's a really popular champion in pro play. Like, if you have to name 3 champions on mid lane that are like played a lot in pro play these days, probably Syndra, Orianna. I want to say Azir, but Victor is also one of those standout champions that always is being played when there's no like a dedicated mid lane meta around. And my main issue with a champion like Syndra is that it's fairly easy to deal with an item like Verdant Barrier, because Syndra, of course, deals a lot of magic damage, and Verdant Barrier is a nice counter towards that poke of Syndra. And Syndra has this like kind of power skill where early game she's really, really hard to play against in the early game because she has so much poke. And then the longer the game proceeds, she basically becomes the R bot. And then, yes, there is little counterplay to that R button, but there have to be a lot of orbs around to deal with that. And, well, her range in general is really short if you compare it to an Orianna or a Victor. So those might have been counter picks into that. Nico can actually ambush this Syndra from longer range because of the E getting extended when you hit a minion or another target first. And well, it's really counterproductive playing against Nico because you're used to stay behind your minions, summoners, probably something you've heard an awful lot during the old tutorial if people played back in the day. So it's going to be an interesting matchup, but I do think that since both of these champions have short range trading potential, that maybe Nico will shine more in the team fighting. So it really depends on how Syndra plays the laning phase.
Yeah, you can see Quad Nation Intellect's main picks so far. All of them want to run forwards into the enemy team, or they're all quite happy to run forwards because they'll all be running together. That does create some sort of screen to help Nico get in there. So pretty well drafted so far. They are very short range though, as you said, so they might struggle. You can see they already decided to ban out one of the longer range ADCs, not wanting to just be completely outranged and kited. The Sejuani is an interesting pick, deciding not to hide where the Morgana is going, so we can be fairly sure that will end up being the
We've seen
Morgana
Sejuani top in LPL. We cannot move around the fact that Sejuani top has been played in LPL, so
that would be...
I know what you're getting at, but it's just things to actually think about if you're hoping that this Morgana is going to the jungle. But fair point. The odds of it going into the support role, since it is most likely a counter pick or like an answer into the Leona, is the most likely thing to happen. Interesting though that Samira now being picked up for Team Bitches, since Samira in general is known as a champion that really likes to play with the support. It has a lot of engage, has that knock-up, so her passive doesn't only deal extra damage, but also extends the knock-up for like a really small duration. And right now, I'm actually more tempted to say that Sejuani might go into this support role, because Sejuani Q can pair with Samira just an awful lot better.
And
but
Sejuani
then again,
has been played support before.
Yeah, but like Morgana is such a traditional support that we almost instantly expect that that champion is going to go into that role. Also in Quad Nation right now, we see Malphite being picked up, so that's 3 really tanky boys right now on the side of Quad Nation, and Samira not really a big answer because Kraken Slayer isn't really an item that you build on that champion, and if this Malphite, for instance, is going for Bramblefest, the healing is also going to be reduced from a champion like Samira that really likes to thrive into those team fights, and if you want to get that ultimate off as Samira, there's so much CC already on the side of Quad Nation. I don't really know how that's going to work out in the end game, and Quad Nation right now picking up the Senna, and the only question with that champion, is it going to be fasting or is it going to be just regular Senna farming and just getting a little less souls but just a little bit more gold income and extra item slot to pour in that damage?
Yeah, the one problem I do have with the Senna here, it feels like a champion that isn't really wanting to just rush forwards all the time, whereas they have quite a death ball comp with the rest of their comp that does just want to run forwards into the enemy team, but Senna, quite a squishy champion, probably doesn't want to run forwards into the Samira who could dash through to her using the black shield from the Morgana to not get CC'd. We do also see the Karma locked in, so still flex picks everywhere.
Yeah, like I would have enjoyed Team Bitches instead of like this Samira picking up something like an Ashe or maybe even Varus, since Varus is more flexible in build path. If your enemy decides to pick squishy, you can go lethality. If your enemy team decides to go more tanky, you can go for the on-hit build. Whilst with like Ashe, you're always locked in an on-hit build, but predicting where the enemy team's composition is going with Volibear and Leona already on the board, it might have been worth it. Morgana's already next to you, saves you a bit of a hassle when those team fights break out. And right now, it feels like Team Bitches are trying to play a protect the carry composition with the Karma and the Morgana. They just throw everything on Samira, Sejuani keeping them safe, and then the delete button from the Syndra just being there in case there is a really annoying Senna to deal with, or Nico getting on top of this on this Samira. But I wonder how Samira can actually hyper carry when her itemizations doesn't really work into a team that has 3 tanks already locked in.
Yeah, I do wonder if we're just going to see a different build. It's entirely possible. Maybe they will just think, you know what, with so many tanks locked in, I'm just going to try going the Kraken Slayer.
I'd say
it's not the best build, but considering how many tanks there are, maybe in this case you do just say, screw it, we want the items that are going to work best.
I say that probably the first item to justify into this build composition is that you'll still go the Immortal Shield Bow for the sustain and just synergize really well with the kit. And then maybe go into something like a Lord Dominic's Regards, because even though you don't have the Kraken Slayer, Lord Dominic still has this really nice passive where you deal more damage the more HP your enemy has over your own HP, and that's maybe something that can help this Samira out, but it will probably go into an item slot in the place of, for instance, a Collector, so maybe no execute damage being there, but you will deal more damage during the team fights if you can get off that really important ultimate without it getting interrupted, because there's so much of interruption on the side of Quad Nation that it's going to be really difficult to execute this Samira to a perfect level.
Yeah, indeed it will. One thing that we maybe haven't talked about too much is the top side of the map. Because it does look like we might be seeing that Karma top into the Malphite. So a little bit of a counter there, seeing that the Malphite was locked in for the top laner. And probably going to be building a lot of armor, so why not pick up an AP top laner that's also going to help keep your 2 carries alive.
Yeah, and we've seen this matchup before last season. Like my old teammate George has been a real big fan of these weak side top laners that are also enchanters at the same time. Little bit of 50-50 when it comes to the outcome of the game. Sometimes he had some really good games on the enchanters, sometimes he just got bullied in lane, and in this scenario we are seeing a Malphite against the Karma, which is probably doable by Karma. I'm just hoping that this Karma is going for the Summon Airy rune instead of the Grasp of the Undying rune, because we've all seen that Grasp is in general a rune that's being picked in case you're playing against a melee lane bully. And, well, auto attack damage just doesn't do that much against the Malphite. If you can get that extra Airy shielding in combination with maybe your rune set with some extra healing as well, you can just still go for the old school build path, Moonstone, all those items. Even though there has been a change in both Moonstone Renewer and the Staff of Flowing Water, where Staff, of course, right now gives spell haste instead of movement speed, so I wonder how that's going to be working out with something like a Samira, because I feel like Samira probably benefits more of that movement speed instead of the spell haste. But spell haste, maybe the Staff of Flowing Water is going to be the secret weapon how to make the Syndra actually work in this kind of compositions.
Yeah, Syndra definitely a champion that really relies on those spells to do damage. Something that I will find quite interesting will be to see if they do decide to go for the Fasting Center or not, considering Samira Morgana is probably going to be quite an aggressive lane here. I'd expect it to be hard for Leona to walk up and really manage to get a lot of these minions if they do decide to go for the Fasting Center. And will be putting themselves in a lot of danger by continuing having to walk up and farm.
Yeah, there are some minions that will probably block the initial paths being taken by something like a Dark Binding coming out from Morgana, and Samira can have some obnoxious auto-attack poke in combination with Q, but the range is still kind of short. And if you count everything up, maybe Leona has some extra cheese in there with an Aftershock in combination with Second Wind. Second Wind always helps against a little bit of poke that gives you a form of space. Where you can wait the enemy trading pattern off and just heal a bit of your HP back. And you are still next to a Senna, so if your enemy decides to play on poke instead of heavy engage, you will have the opportunity to just heal back everything they've poked with the Senna Q when the opportunity presents itself. So looking at both of these situations, I think Fasting Senna can work out, but that's mostly because it opens up Leona to spend more money, and more money will probably mean that she can go for something like Turbo Chem Tank or Frostfire Gauntlet instead of a traditional support item, making her even more tanky and even more obnoxious to deal with.
Yes, we're getting quite a few follows coming in. Thanks to everyone that does follow. We do have a Discord. Go check it out. We are just starting the season, so you can come back and watch the whole season unfolding. So far, only been 2 games.
It's going to be a nice season. It's going to be a nice season because right now, unlike last season, we only had 1 bracket. We have 3 brackets right now, which means that we have so many teams participating.
So many games.
It's just going to be true, but it's going to be a banger, trust me. Like right now, the fact that we have different brackets that are around different skill levels means that there is going to be a really nice balance between some really funny moments that's just really exciting to watch, but also just fun to play, and probably hear from player perspective that it was just really fun to play, even though maybe the level of play was a little bit lower than average. And we're going to have a higher bracket with some Platinum, Diamond, and maybe even higher ELO players that are just going to be there only to push themselves to the limit, and maybe they will show us some really nice mechanic that we have never seen before. You never know.
You never know, indeed. I think we're going to have most of our Ocean games for this week, Ocean being the top league, are going to be happening on Monday. We do have today quite a few River and Lagoon games, which are the slightly lower down leagues. This is a River league, so don't expect picture perfect gameplay right here. Expect there to be a few funny moments, and
it's just for fun. Like
it's
yesterday, when we've seen TLH play against the Fighting Cocks, there were some really interesting moments. I still want to do a quick shout out to Sandirius with his really nice level 1 flash. Nobody expected for the charm to hit, but then again, you have to play better safe than sorry. So really nice play by him there. And maybe today we're gonna see some different things happen, some late flashes, some early flashes, but maybe we can also see some really nice outplays, because there are a lot of champions on these teams that have some form of outplay potential. Nico can have some really nice mind games with their W and the transformation, and the Samira, of course, can do classic Samira things, because she's a funny champion.
She can press R and go burr.
But she needs the S rank first, and it's about how you get there. Is it stylish, or is it even more stylish? There's no way for Samira not to be stylish, so yeah, it's just stylish or more stylish. It's just nothing in between.
Something that maybe we can have a chat about is, what do you think about the scaling options of both teams?
Well, like, if the moment you say the word scaling, the first thing that comes to mind is I see a Senna on one team. So yeah, Senna can infinitely scale, but you also need to get towards that point. And I think Leona in the bot lane, normally you pair it up with something like a Cho'Gath who has some sustain from himself, or maybe an Alistar, because Alistar is passive that keeps himself a little bit better topped off. But it can still work out. These 2 champions do have a lot of engage potential the moment Morgana oversteps and maybe forgets to Black Shield. So in terms of late game scaling, I see that Nico can have some really high AP scaling in combination with Senna just having that infinite scaling. But on the other side, I really want to see how this Enchantress Karma build is going to be playing out right now after the changes, or like the initial changes to stuff like Staff of Flowing Water and Moonstone Renewer. Or maybe she's even going for a more AP-sided build with the Liandry Stormer, but that would mean that right now this top side, which is actually already the case, is heavy AP-sided on the side of Team Bitches. So that means that I'm probably going to expect a Malphite and maybe even Volibear to run that to run those Merc threats instead of maybe the cooldown reduction boots, or instead, in case of Malphite, the Ninja Tabai or like plated steel caps that you usually see right now. But it's still going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Indeed it is. We are in the loading screen right now, so we do get to see a few of the more fun rune choices. We do see double Comet on the side of Team Bitches, both Morgana and Karma deciding to take the Comet. Interesting choices right there. You usually tend to see Airy if you want to poke people out in lane. But
Depends on the situation. Like, Airy is more consistent and Comet is probably better if you can guarantee the Comet landing with something like a slow or a stun, or in case of Morgana, the Dark Binding, the snare. But it's also interesting to see that everyone keeps their matchups in mind when seeing the rune choices, because Malphite is not running Cross the Undying, because when are you going to get close to Karma? It's going for Comet, really nice decision. Both junglers are going for that tanky build, so it's both Aftershock. And then the only differences maybe in rune choice is Dark Cyrex wanting to play more on poke, whilst Demophobia wants to play around the fact that she can be more mobile after those trades, the initial trades that maybe will help her survive or even pick up a kill when Dark Cyrex is trying to run away.
now we do get confirmation from the buys. It is a farming Senna, so not wanting to put the Leona maybe at risk in that early game, having to walk up and
Fair
CS.
enough. Also, instantly looks like there's going to be a form of invade or a counter invade stack even coming out on the side of let's see, what's this team called again? QNI?
Quad Nation Intellect.
Quad Nation Intellect. Okay, let me just
put QNI,
get a
but
piece of paper. Quad Nation Intellect. Okay, let's see if we can keep that in our memories for now, and else I'm just going to keep them calling QNI because, well, that's what the stream says.
QNI, QNT, one of the two, because we have two Quad Nation teams that both have their final things ending with I. It could get it could get a bit confusing. There is a ward here that will spot out just the top and mid of QNI walking up. Not going to manage to catch QNI the goat here on the volley.
It is actually really interesting because right now this Nico is transformed into Volibear and he walked over the ward. So that means that there might be something sparking in the minds of Team Bitches, that this Volibear might be starting on the top side of the map, while it's actually Nico that walked right there. So depending on how they deal with that situation, or if they even do anything with it, this early game pathing, the decisions from the Sejuani might differ.
Yep, we'll have to see how good the communication is. Did they even hear that? Will the bot lane communicate Leona's coming back, having lost health, and arriving to lane at about the same time as them? So quite likely that a leash did occur. Binding actually does hit down onto Senna, but not much going to come out from that. Another thing to point out, we do have the Comet on the Nico as well, wanting a bit more of that burst and poke. Obviously, if you want burst, you tend to go electrocute, but wanting to get somewhere in between there. So not a bad pickup.
Most of the times when you're presented with the choice, are you going for more burst or for more poke, you have to think to yourself, how consistently can I proc in this scenario electrocute? And well, being a range versus range matchup, there might be some opportunities to do that, but a lot of opportunities probably will not allow that to happen, even with the face rush potential on the Syndra that has been chosen. So it's really safe to go something like Comet over Electrocute, where you can guarantee yourself that Comet poke when you hit the snare.
Yes, the main problem, of course, being you have to get the CC realistically to get that Electrocute into a face rush Syndra, and that's not going to happen too often.
No. So it's probably just better to go for Comet and just hope to RNG every single Q that it will land, and every single E it will basically guarantee to land.
So far, everyone's just...
It always hurts, man, when a cannon minion is missed. In the scenario of this Senna, it is actually a decent thing because you can get the soul afterwards, so it's not too much loss, but it's still
There
just a
is a
yikes to see.
fight in the top side of the river, though. Ainokeda getting a lot of damage down. Renska actually throwing that empowered Q for so much damage. We saw the goat actually flash. A little bit scared there, maybe, of how much damage is coming out. Dark Cyrix was just zoning Syndra away from the wave there for a little bit. So small trades coming out, small advantage for Team Bitches there. They do manage to get the scuttle for their Sejuani, and they do force the flash off of the Volibear, which will dampen a lot of his ganking potential.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see that Aino Kaida instantly retreats back to jungle, whilst a lot of the time we'll see junglers really forcing themselves on that double scuttle clear, and with the information that Volibear is going back to the top side and has no flash anymore, it opens up a slot to potentially go for it. Right now, the goat's actually on the chase on Renske.
I would imagine Renska will just be able to slowly
Oh,
walk
a
out of
lot
his...
of flashes.
That, yep, does end up taking the flash there. Not sure Renska really needed to flash in that situation, but we'll just use the flash to be safe. Aino is now on this top side to shadow. Make sure that no tower dive comes through.
Aino Kaida?
Potentially the counter engage going in here. The shield comes out from the Karma, empowered Q. Just going to tag a little bit of damage onto the Malphite. So far, Malphite actually getting the better in terms of CES. We don't know. We'll have to wait to see how much Karma manages to pick up of this wave. But across the board, pretty equal CS in all lanes.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be setting a record right here of longest living Rift Scuttle in the game thus far. We're 5 minutes in and Bot Scuttle still hasn't been cleared. Also not allowing other Scuttles to spawn/respawn whenever they potentially can. So right now we are saving turtles, even though they're more like crabs.
Gotta
So
save
please do
the
not
scuttle
waste any more
crabs.
plastic. Yeah, please do not waste more plastic, because every plastic straw will kill a Rift Scuttle.
And for anyone that does know, we did originally come from... we started our casting off using the name from our old Clash team, which was the Shuriman University of Crabs. So we do still have some of those Scuttle Crab assets, but there is Engage here in the mid lane. Demophobia just proccing that phase rush and managing to walk away. Very nice trade onto the Nico, who's low on mana.
Yeah, we also can see that there's already a difference in items on mid lane, so there has been a recall being taken, or like already taken by Demophobia. Probably some sort of a cheater recall, looking at how the CS advantage/disadvantage isn't really that big. So that's some really nice timing there and strategy in the mid lane. And with that advantage in items, you can see he's really trying to push it through. Or she. I have to say she, because all of Team Bitches is, of course, female. I'm really sorry for mispronouncing.
Yep, a big wave being built up here in the top side. Doesn't look like Aino is anywhere around though, so neither jungler actually being on the top side, fairly safe to get this and push it in. Potentially a freeze could be coming out.
Looks like it for now. There's still an advantage in caster minions from the last wave, so they should be able to hold the wave there if they don't punch it too many times. And for now, it's also a really advantageous state because it gives a lot of opportunity for the jungler to gank. But right now, with the mid lane priority as well on the red side, it's Team Bitch's call to go for this dragon. And now we're going to see what the answer is going to be on the side of. Was it Quad? Okay, QNI.
Intellect.
Quad Nation Intellects. And with the teleport... Oh wait, there's no teleport on the Nico. So Nico just went for a recall knowing that there's a dragon on the loose. And this is just dragon being secured by Morgana. Showing a little bit of that jungle Morgana presence.
And an early Cloud Drake for the side of Team Bitches is really good. Already that starts stacking up on the Karma, getting that worth out. But there's an engage in the bot side there. The Zenith Blade doesn't quite land. The Black Shield
Nice
was used on
flash.
Demi. No flash comes out though from Ice Queens and will end up going down. Nice flash forward from Zero to help secure
Kill to
that
the
kill.
Volibear. And also having rushed that Merc threats that was to be expected with that triple AP side at top side.
I do find it interesting. Demi did decide to flash there, despite having the Black Shield on her. Maybe just wasn't quite sure of the timing. Thought it was about to run out, wanting to be more safe than sorry.
Yeah, and also have to keep in mind that, of course, the Thunderstrike from Volibear deals magic damage, so you might be afraid that if it lands, you instantly get stunned afterwards because there's a ferocious bear charging at your face. So yeah, it is to be expected with a level 1 Black Shield not having that much HP.
It's true. We do actually see there is a slight gold lead now, about
Oh,
1,000
there's
gold,
also
but Aino
Sejuani.
is coming into this bot lane, gets the
There's a
knockup
teleport.
onto the Leona. There is a teleport from behind. Demi's going in. They're trying to pick up Zero to start with. Demi's getting what he can, but there's
Ooh.
the ultimate, the unstoppable force from the Malphite, getting a triple knockup. And now Team Pitch is on the retreat, but they're not going to be able to get out of that one. The ult from the GOAT, just to really
Flash ult physical intimidation. Nice
physical
to see it.
intimidation as he doesn't even get the assist.
So like, I do really like that Senna right here picks up a triple goal, so because it means that Senna can reach item spikes earlier because you have more gold. But it's just so sad to see that farming Senna in general just has way less souls around the 8/9 minute mark. Right now, only sitting at 20, whilst fasting Senna would probably have been around 40 to 43. So that is going to be costing a lot of damage if there's going to be Rage Blade build Senna. But even if that's the case, it's just a little bit of an unlucky form of decision making.
Do throw the black shield down. Demi is going in, just putting down a little bit of damage, but won't really manage to get anything out of that. And just as I was pointing out that QNI had managed to get a gold lead off what was a single kill, they pick up 3 more kills and it's a 3,000
Oh,
gold lead.
max
Ooh.
range snare on the mid lane.
And that is putting a lot of pressure down onto Demophobia right now. Demophobia out of corrupting pot uses, using that final one there, I believe.
Okay, QNI unleashed. Right there with some poke onto Renske is probably going to go for that equal trade. Also, a potion being popped there by Renske, so she can easily run away. And also nice to see that also Malphite has gone with the decision of going Merc Threats. There's also Merc Threats to be seen on Leona. And I wonder if this Nico is going to go for Merc Threats as well, because it will save a little bit of HP in that laning phase that's still left against Syndra, or if there's just Magic Pen all around the board, since they're still really tanky. Sejuani on the other side of the on the other side of the map on the other team.
Sejuani and a black shield to get through. So
true.
definitely.
But there's also people who really enjoy their CDR boots because, well, CDR or Spell Haze, what's called these days, is still really nice to have. It just allows you to cast spells more often. And, well, I'd see a Nico wanting to cast spells more often, even with the boots cost being increased by only 50 gold. And, well, if that's not the case, there's, of course, the Magic Pen boots still available. Not really as popular as they used to be in previous seasons, but we all have to say that mage items are a little bit underperforming the last couple of patches.
Yeah, hopefully they'll do something soon. Oh, but that is a
nice solar flare
into solar flare, and a perfect layering of CC almost, and they managed to easily pick up that kill onto their Nico. Unstoppable force going forwards onto Renska. You can't imagine he'll actually be able to get this kill, but maybe just wanting to get the extra pressure from the ultimate. Wait for it to come back off cooldown and then try to pick up the kill from there. Herald was summoned mid. Does get a little bit of damage down. Ultimate thrown out.
It's actually really close. Yeah, it is also nice to see the understanding from the support on the side of QNI whilst this is happening on the mid lane.
There is an engage back onto Aino, but they do not have quite enough damage to finish her there. Demophobia will just teleport back into the lane.
It's like, what I wanted to point upon is the fact that this Leona is already using the fact that she can roam fairly easy without...
Flash in from QNI Unleashed, and he will pick up that kill onto Renska.
Unexpected for him to keep on pushing that. Same thing for Renske, but he still manages to take down the kill, and that's a 6-0 lead already for QNI, so that's something they've gone with.
The GOAT is behind Demophobia right now. I don't think Scatter the Weak is currently up.
Power Unleashed?
Will just get walked down. In the end is walking away. There's the bite from the Volibear. He will get the extra move speed and eventually pick up this kill. Flash forward from Ice Creams was not quite in time there.
Yeah, it's a kind of unfortunate event that we're seeing from Team Bitches, because they are putting up a really strong fight back right now onto QNI, but not really going super in their favor because their rotations are just mismatched by now, and Zero is just doing an awful lot, whilst the ADC can just safely farm in the bot lanes, and Senna just has a lot of sustained build in the kit. fairly easy to play the weak side when necessary. And right now they're looking to pick up that first dragon for them on the game. And then we'll see if the Rift will have a mountain or an ocean soul for us.
It's an
It's going to
ocean.
be the ocean. Not necessarily a big soul for either side. I do think that Ocean, of course, is a really nice soul to have. People always, in my opinion, overvalue the power of the soul because, yes, it does give a lot of sustain, but that's basically all it does. It doesn't really protect you from bursts like Mountain does. Infernal gives you extra damage, and maybe it's the second weakest soul because, well, movement speed on ult is nice to have. It's not necessarily game breaking. Still nice to have for both sides because, well, sustain is sustain. Why
Ooh,
wouldn't
flash
you want
forwards from
it?
Zero, misses the Zenith Blade, but there's the ultimate soul flow thrown down. They lock up Demi. The shield, black shield is not enough to keep her alive. Ice Queen's now throwing out the ultimate. The chains are not enough, they don't go off the second time. Meanwhile, there was an engage in mid. Demophobia actually having to
Ooh.
flash away from Cyrex. And he
Oh, he's
does
going-
get... Oh!
Bamboozled. It's almost a
Bamboozled.
mirage play in Apex, but right now from Dark Side, who also gonna get away
Oh.
with that flash, completely sending Aino Kaido into the wrong side of the forest. Ay, that's gotta hurt, man. You don't have to break their ankles like that.
Does seem like Aino will be able to just stealth her way out of this one though. And it's just so unfortunate for Team Pitches. Everything they try seems to just backfire in their face.
It's yeah, how do you say it? Like, whenever you have those kind of games that every single time you fight someone is so close, and you have that feeling like I can come back into this game if I take the coin flip, and every single time your enemy manages to survive with like 50 HP, and for some reason they're 4-0 right now. It's those kind of games that do hurt, but it feels like they're still really close, even though the enemy is super far ahead. And right now it's 10-0 for QNI, but still it doesn't really feel like it's 100% secured for their side already, and right now doesn't really look like the bot lane is going to be forcing a play, but at the very
There's
least
engage in
Rage
the mid lane.
engage.
Darkseid does manage to layer the CC and will just finish that off with a few auto attacks. There's a lot
Nico
of damage
passive.
coming out from Nico. Zero now throwing down a lot of stuns into Renska on this top lane. Working with Unleash to try and poke down this Karma.
Yeah, and that in the end seals the deal on the top side of the map. There's a Sejuani incoming, so maybe they can fight the 2v2, but for now getting pinged away means that there's a retreat on the loose, or like is the retreat being made for QNI right now. And well, they are in the driver's seat. You are like a lot of gold ahead. It's 6k gold at 15 minutes. It's not a small lead. Just not noticed yet in the game plan overall. But maybe when they take down that first tower, it will instantly accelerate the pace of the game.
Yeah, we see the first few mythics are starting to be picked up, so I'd expect the game to start to speed up a little bit as they try and use these mythics. There's the unstoppable force coming out from Malphite. They're just going to walk down Renska now. Zero hanging around just such a long time, knowing that Senna's perfectly fine farming on the bot side of the map by herself. Will pick up that first tower. Hard for Demi to be able to stop Rage Engage at this point. When you're facing down a 5-0 Senna, it's a bit unfortunate if you're such a short-range champion.
I think it's also really nice to see that there's a Bramblefest being picked up by Zero on the side of QNI.
Ooh, Aina going in. The Rico's onto the wrong target, though. Ultimate is thrown
Oh,
back
look at
from
that damage!
Nico. Pop and Blossom will just slowly walk them down. The flash in from the goat, I'm not sure was really needed. Demi is here to try and do what she can. The ultimate is thrown out. But Dark Cyrex did just about manage to get out of that one.
Yeah, once again, really low HP. Might have flipped the coin right there, getting a 550 value shutdown goal on a carry. But right now, it is not the case. Gets away with it. 15-0 right now on the scoreboard. And well, it looks like the game is not finished yet because only 2 turrets thus far have fallen. But there are a lot of neutral objectives spawning in fairly soon to be ready for the picking. And well, if this Karma's got a face check with just the Moonstone Renewer, it can also make for a really tricky situation.
Yes, it is. We just, you can feel how frustrated team pitchers must be in these situations where those big bounties are surviving consistently on 50, 100 health. And you could just need one of those onto your main carries here to really start to bring the game back into your own hands. I know we'll find Rage Engage in the river. That is a very strong Senna. Backed up by Ice
Yeah,
Queen's
Kraken
Morgana.
Slayer doing a lot of damage. But
Didn't
for now,
sound
Team
stopped.
Bitches that heavily want to contest this dragon, and they do have the advantage part that the goat is still around base, so he still has a decent amount of distance to get under his feet until he reaches this dragon. But for now, the stalling game really well played by Rage Engage. And it's gonna come down to these
There is a ward
these
in the
moments.
pit. QNI, oh, he just goes straight
In
in. They
that,
want the fight.
he's done. He's done.
It's the walk away. The Solar Flare does lock down too. Lots of damage coming in. They're going on to 0 though. Team Pitchers are trying to turn this around, pick something up. This root goes down onto the goat.
No Stormbringer available.
Oh, there's the Unstoppable Force. Knocks up 3, not 4 because of the back shield, but that's so much damage coming out, and Team Bitches just melts under the absolute pressure here from QNI. It feels just a bit too hard at this point.
Yeah, like it's really unfortunate because Team Bitches is really trying, but they also have to keep in mind that their vision game isn't really the strongest one that we've seen thus far into the season. And well, with no vision over the Malphite, you still have to respect the fact that he can be around every single corner. And being that closely stacked together with the threat of an unstoppable force into a full Nico wombo combo, it's just something you have to keep in mind that it might happen. This scenario, it happens. The risk was being taken, and they just pay for it dearly because they're losing 4 lives and a dragon.
That's something to take away if you are Team Bitches. You haven't been perfect gamed. You have picked up a Drake. You did manage to pick up the top tower. And these fights have been, towards the early game at least, were fairly close. This is definitely a game where it doesn't feel like the second game is going to be unwinnable. Maybe on the blue side they'll be able to get a priority pick that they really have their eyes set on, force some slightly different bans out on the side of QNI. And it feels like at this point we should be looking towards this next game and thinking the game's not over. It's pretty dire at the moment.
Let's just try to keep the hopes high, even though there is already a counter item being built by the Leona to deal with the healing from the Samira. Shield bow right now up. Goat is really done with the game, really wants to finish the game, knows that his Stormbringer will disable the towers so that the diving potential is there, but there also has to be at least a little bit of follow-up from the rest of his team. And it's just really nice to see their team execute a 1-3-1 push, Malphite pressuring the side lane, Nico dealing a lot of damage to turrets. Please do not underestimate that W passive, whilst the rest of their team is just keeping Team Bitches busy on the mid lane, even taking a turret with them.
Yeah, they also have the Herald to drop down at some point. Not thrown down yet, about a quarter of the timer left on it. So they'll have to decide where they want to use that soon. They might just throw it mid, try and get towards that turret, throw down a lot of damage. Looks like they are pathing up towards this top lane though.
My game is freezing for a bit. Let's see if we can get back up to time.
Oh, the Herald will be dropped down in the top lane. I know is just a bit caught out here. Dodges the Solar Flare, but the tower is disabled. And I know we'll be able to just walk out of that one. They do get out with both of their lives intact. Looks like the Herald will be able to get off the second charge though.
Oh, but
Oh,
that's
a nice ultimate there onto Rage Engage,
Just
but just nothing can
can't
follow
do
it up.
anything
Dark
with it.
Cyrix whiffs his ultimate as well. It's maybe something that Team Pitchers would be able to use, but they don't take the chance to engage off of that one. Maybe just happy that, hey, this time we didn't die.
Yeah, so right now there's more of a tower defense game being played by Team Bitches, just trying to stall the game out as long as possible, even though they don't really have scaling in their favor as well. And well, for QNI, it's basically just business trying to take down one of these inhibs to get as much pressure as possible into the enemy team so they can start doing this major objective called Baron. And Baron might help them siege the rest of the game and maybe take the win with them. But for now, the ARAM is just too strong and wave clear for them to keep on pressuring this mid lane wave.
Yeah, the one thing I will say, scaling for Team Bitches is that eventually your Syndra is going to reach that point where she will be able to one-shot the Senna. And if you can last that long, it doesn't matter how well Senna scales if you can one-shot her with the ultimate of Syndra.
Yeah. Like, you'd say that, then again, Syndra right now only having the Luden's Echo available, and yes, Luden's Echo does give a lot of magic penetration, but it doesn't necessarily deal a lot of damage to tanks, so your only target to one-shot right there are just going to be the Nico and the Senna. Right now, also a little bit of a pick-off on the Malphite, flashing away.
that is fairly big, actually, managing to get the flash out of the Malphite. That does reduce the range of the unstoppable force by a flash's distance. All of these small advantages, if they can pick them up, they can maybe do something else. At the moment,
Oh,
just
well,
choosing to take them.
a lot of champions being seen on the bot side of the map has triggered the inner range of QNI to take down this big purple worm, Baron Nashor, and he's going to pay for his existence and maybe help QNI win the game.
Yeah, they do finally decide to start it up. Doesn't feel like Team Bitches could really ever have contested that one, no matter when it had been started up. It looks like at the moment they're just trying to get whatever they can out of the jungle. Senna actually... No, that's Malphite TPing into the bot lane. Maybe wanting to go on Demophobia, but Demophobia is just going to walk out.
I have so many questions right now that there's Baron buffs being active all around the map from QNI, and for some reason I see Aino Kaida just farming the enemy Krugs way out of
absolute
position behind
stealth.
enemy lines.
Could this be an attempted steal?
For sure, they will never see it coming if she's going for it. There's no way they will expect this.
There we go. It goes in very early. Does manage to get the steal
Oh,
though. I
gets
know
it!
Kaida potentially saving some parts of this game for Team Bitches.
This is exactly what we expected after counter jungling enemy Krugs, just doing such a play that we've never expected to happen.
What a stealth play. They were not expecting the Sejuani to get anywhere close there. You could see all of their vision was towards Team Bitch's jungle. They had nothing in their own jungle. So completely blindsided by that. And oh, but the engage comes forwards. QNI going forwards. Unstoppable force is thrown down. Renska will also get picked up there, leaving just the 2 carries left for the side of Team Bitches to try and defend against this 5-man Baron push. You have to imagine they're going to try and end the game off of this one. I know Diz respawned. The flash force from Demophobia does manage to get quite a lot of damage down onto Rage Engage, but will not manage to finish off that Senna. And it was close. They almost got Senna there. Engage comes down onto Demi. I know Kaida just can't do anything else there. Team Bitches, they put up a fight. They did what they could, but it just felt like when it did not go in their favor, it really didn't go in their favor.
Just really unlucky. A lot of unlucky moments happened, and that's why the scoreboard is 25-0. But then again, they do have 2 objectives. They have 2 dragons. It's not like they didn't try at all. It's just sometimes unfortunate things happen. And that's all we can say. Just a really nice, clean game on the other side, because they always manage to survive.
Yep, and for all of those stat buffs out there, here are the stats from the game. I'm just going to really quickly go through, and of course we do have to do the who bought more control wards. I didn't actually see who what the vote was in the poll, but if we look at the control wards, quite a few being brought out from the team. That's 15 on the side of QNI, up against 11, 15, 17 for the side of Team Bitches. So it was Team Bitches that bought more control wards. So there you go. For all of you stat buffs, Team Bitches showing their support side buying more control wards there. Didn't get perfect games, did manage to pick up 2 dragons and a tower. And it did feel like all of those early fights were just on a nice edge of closeness. So hopefully we'll be able to come back in that one. And I forgot to change off the screen before clicking off there, but that's all okay. We can move back towards this and show that QNI have got 1-0 so far over Team Bitches before we go into the second game.
Yeah, there we go. 1-0. Yeah. It's I'm just hoping that the second game for Team Bitches is just going to be a little bit more of the other side of the coin, that they just barely can get those kills that now get away with like 10 to 50 HP. And if they can get those, if they can transition those kills into more gold, into more items, that they can maybe show more of a carry showing that this Samira that could have been a different champion can actually make some plays happen. Right now felt a little bit underwhelming with only the Immortal Shield Bow and instantly being countered out by a Bramble Vast on the side of the Leona. So maybe those things will happen this time around. It's it's just for the future to know.
And I think the main thing to ask is we're seeing, oh, well, team pitchers now are going to have the blue side, so they will get priority in that drafting to
Priority
pick up
pick.
what they want first. Do you think we'll see anything different in this
I'm
game?
hoping to see Seraphine first pick because that champion is still broken and it's an Eagle champion, so why not?
We do know that some of their players do play quite a bit of Seraphine, so it would not be a surprise to see that being see the Seraphine being locked in.
Like
Um,
that champion is such a multi-purpose champion because if you think about it, it's a first pick champion because the champion is already really strong, and then it's also a four-way flex because this champion can practically be played in every single role but jungle.
Yes, and I have heard of one team that plans to fix it 5 ways. I don't know how they plan to ever actually put it in the jungle. I think that's more a meme than anything else. But who knows? Maybe they found some magical way to allow it to jungle. That would be truly disgusting if you're able to flex the Seraphine in 5 different ways.
Well, you have to keep in mind that the Q part of Seraphine has an execute, so the moment you attack a jungle mob a couple of times can work out a little bit of jungle clear. Um, it's still more questionable than just Morgana jungle because we all know that free spell vamp on passive in combination with a W whose cooldown is lowered whenever you heal from it is probably a little bit more busted when it comes to mage into the jungle. But maybe we'll see it sooner over the Seraphine in the jungle.
Yep, it doesn't seem like well, it's unlikely to say. Um, Very quick pointer that we are past 7, so I think it's safe to say we won't be having Archeon Academy Flash versus Paper Squad live on stream, but we will pick that up for a vodcast later on, probably tomorrow. I think I have quite a lot of things to do tomorrow, so that's going to be interesting. We'll have a lot of games tomorrow. We'll have some fun doing it and see how it goes. Um, And you know what? Let's just make that obvious here. Uh, I'll write something in. VOD later. There we go. Now everyone can see that it'll be vodcast later. 10 out of 10.
Ah, sick. At least we let them know because we can also be those kind of guys who just say like, well, deal with it. It's just not now.
Deal
When?
with it. It's not now. We'll get the VODs later. We'll do the
Someday.
VODs.
Yeah.
Probably tomorrow. I think we've got the first Ocean League game happening tomorrow, and then we can pick up on the VODs afterwards or before, depending when the actual game is. Um, we'll try and fit in as many as possible because so far we've had 2 games out of 10, or 2 series finished out of 10. By the end of today, it'll be 4. So we've got quite a way to go.
Yeah, also, of course, asking to all of the other players from other teams watching right now. We get the part that sometimes you cannot play at a certain date that has been scheduled, but please try and play by the schedule as much as possible because it's just easier for us. And also, the schedule's there for a reason. Like, we get that people are busy and such, but you sign in your team for a tournament, knowing what the schedule might be, and then yeah, you basically already accepted the fact that it can be like that, right? So
Yeah,
right now, it's just a little bit annoying for the stuff to deal with that you make a schedule, people say okay, and then like one day before it actually happens, like oh no, we can't play, and now we have to reschedule, and now everything just runs out of hand. Like it's probably just better to either keep the schedule or make sure that there's a substitute being able to play, but
like
at least according to schedule,
we're
also
we're,
for
we're
the
happy
stream.
for people to um find times when they're able to play, but yes, let's try not to delay too many into the next weeks. If you're going to try and find times to play, make it an evening during the week. Sometime that's going to be likely where we can get it casted. Um, Otherwise, we'll start to get all of these VODs piling up, and there's only so much we can really do at once. And of course, it's much better to cast them live. So let's try not to redo too many times over the top of each other. And I might have to look at the schedule because clearly 1.5 hours is never going to work. That was very aggressive timing, and it's quite clear we're not
If
going
you
to fit
want to
to
do a
it.
series of 2 games in 1.5 hours, it's probably going to be really tight. That's true.
I thought it would be.
But
It was aggressive to see how many we could fit in, but there we go. Someone has asked, can we progress in each bracket? Can you progress between the brackets from Lagoon to Ocean and such? Yes. So if you do well in one bracket, definitely when it comes to sorting out the brackets for the next tournament, we'll definitely give you priority on going into the league above, or potentially we'll take your priority down. You might be put into the league below if you came last in your league last time. It also depends on how many returning teams we have, because we don't tend to get too many returning teams. There's usually about 4 or 5 each time. Of course, I think Girl have played in every single season. TLH have been a mainstay since season 2.
it's mostly teams that have been around last season, in combination with teams that have players from other teams that have like disbanded and now have come together to form different groups and want to show like their ex-teammates how well they play in the new team.
Yes, we have had a team of why is this OP, so we do have to talk now and tell you all about this new thing that's super OP, Yuumi ADC. And Sandarius also wants to know, will it be picked up in the River League? Well, if people don't know, Yuumi is Sandarius's pocket pick for the ADC role. And it's a very unique ADC in that it can almost peel itself by having a teammate close by. You're about to get killed, you jump onto your teammate, and wow, look at that, you're completely safe. You also have some extra move speed on your E to speed yourself up, get around. Not many ADCs have that extra move speed.
Get a free shield of passive.
Free
Nice to
shield
have.
off of your passive and mana back, so you don't have to build those mana items. Often a bane of ADCs having to go for that mana
But like,
moon.
yeah, we all know that Manamune is the core item on Yuumi. Like we all know that I am also a player that if you were to follow me on Twitter for whatever reason at the Deurmat, like the underscore Deurmat by the way,
Shoutouts.
but just a quick shout out. But I am someone who really likes to experiment with this item called Manamune / Mirror Mana and try to test the damage of this item in comparison to the counterpart Seraph's Embrace. So what have I done lately? I have tested Manamune in comparison to Lichbane third item on Gwen, and it actually deals a little bit more damage. It is better as a third item power spike if it's instantly completed, because you have to keep in mind that the effect of Mirror Mana procs of abilities as well, and you can also test it with things like Kokma ult or Syndra ult, and they will actually all deal more damage than Seraphs. Is it still worth building it over it? Maybe, depending on what your playstyle is, if you even want to go Manamune in the first place, or tier items, because like the items in general are a little bit underwhelming and it just takes an awful lot of time to get the value out of it. But if you want to experiment with it, it's a really nice item to buy, also on ADC Yuumi.
Both the teams are ready. I will just tell them you can start up Champ Select whenever you want to.
Let's go.
I did not realize we were waiting. Oh, they're waiting on me to tell them. Yes, so feel free to start up the Champ Select. I sent the link for TMB and TNI. Yep. Yeah, feel free to start up draft whenever you're ready. Actually, I'll throw it in here just in case. Yep. Start it up when ready. Of course, we're always scuffed. Scuffed is our comfort zone.
I think you have a
see.
lot less issues than some other leagues that are running right now, or like that have been running the past couple of weeks. So it's going all right.
We take it in our stride as well. You know, it's all just a part of the experience, and we are going straight into draft. We are eventually going into draft. And we see TMB immediately pulling out the Nocturne ban and TNI following it up with Hecarim. So
Same
junglers.
bans. We've also seen first ban Nocturne last game when we did the drafting phase, and also first ban Hecarim coming out from TNI. So right now it looks like it's just going to be a mirror draft, but right now Team Bitch is going to get the first pick, unless Team Quad Intellect is going to switch something up to be more spicy. Team Bitch is actually switching it up with the Leona ban, not being able to be picked in the first rotation to instantly complete bot lane on Red 1 and Red 2. And Team Bitches is responding is instantly forcing that early pressure with the flex pick that we all know and love, Tristana being played as both an ADC and a mid laner can be a really huge deal to deal with in a draft this early into the draft. And yeah, Quad Zero Intellect is just instantly going with the Nautilus and looking to maybe complete a bot lane, if not maybe pick something on the mid lane. We'll see. Just a couple seconds.
Yep, they're just taking their time on that one. I do find it interesting that Leona was the thing that they chose to ban out of all the champions last game. That Leona was pretty amazing.
Early Jhin. Not a big fan, but it can work out if Team Bitches draft accordingly, and Jhin really likes squishy targets, so Tristana and Seraphine are going to be really nice for him to deal with. As long as Team Bitches do not pick an awful lot of tanks, this should be a really nice Jhin into the enemy composition.
So I wouldn't be too surprised to just see another Sejuani coming out when you know that the enemy's drafting something like a Jhin.
Also would have preferred to see this actually the other way around, just Seraphine first, and then maybe pick Tristana now, since the enemy bot lane is already known, but yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe they realize TNI don't really play too many of the Enchanters supports. They will pick up the Lilia, not a very tanky champion.
But a really nice champion nonetheless.
That will hide as well where this Tristana is going, and Lilia will definitely be a champion that can do well with the Tristana in the mid lane. They don't have a lot of CC between them, so they will struggle to kill anyone.
Morgana!
Oh, this might be a Morgana jungle.
So, you'd say that, but then again, I'm once again here
mid.
to throw everything off, because of course Nautilus mid, the one and only Dune B experience, even though he also plays a lot of Malphite mid, is also still on the table. So
and it could be a Morgana mid as well.
Yeah, also
very
true.
hard to know.
Morgana's actually really nice to deal with if Seraphine is in the mid lane, because whenever Seraphine is going for that double E, then you can just spell shield yourself, not really having to care about anything that comes close to being snared or getting charmed. So it's a nice counter pick. It works really well into both Seraphine and into Lilia, but you can only shield one person. So I'm hoping this Jhin has the carry potential to do that into a team composition where the 4th shot reloading time can be too much, and you'll instantly get locked up by a really nice wombo combo. Because Lilia, with an AD mid laner, really healthy clear, really supportive champion, but in pro play for some reason they say this champion is ultimately broken, whilst in solo queue you don't really see her that often.
I think it's a lot to do with the ultimate itself. That's a hell of a lot of CC that it can provide, and it's a lot easier to follow up on your teammates in pro play when you can know what's going on and they're telling you, I'm about to jump in, get a 5-man sleep. I'm not so sure why it's considered so much better in pro play, to be honest. I've never actually struggled with it in normal play either. It's one of those champions where I'm not too sure where most people's perceptions on it actually come from.
It is not necessarily one of those solo carry champions. It does provide the setup necessary for your team, and it's just really nicely paired if you play with an AD mid laner. And then again in solo queue you'll see an awful lot of AP mid laners, since well mages are most common where placed into the mid lane. And then if you combine with a double AP threat into the jungle, it will basically tell your enemy just to buy a Merc threat. And this is something I don't necessarily like, because blind Mordekaiser, this champion can be exploited into a next level. And it's still a strong champion, can be strong in the 1v1. If it gets out of hand, it will basically just run down every single team with the sustain and tankiness it has. But this champion for some reason is just an abomination of a rework. It still just feels so clunky for what the playstyle used to be. Like old Mordekaiser, lots of bugs, but the champion actually worked quite well in most scenarios.
Yeah, I'll point out an interesting thing here is you could say that the draft is still hidden on the side of QNI. That should be QNI, not TNI as well, for any aficionados watching out. Ooh, yeah, because it could be a Mordekaiser mid. It's not often we see a Mordekaiser mid. It could be, is most likely top, but it's worth pointing out that the possibility is there. Ezreal being picked up for the side of Team Bitches, so saying this Tristana will be mid lane. That's why we've locked into AP champions. Not a big front line.
Not a big front line, but also not an awful lot of damage to tank on the side of TNI. Maybe the Jhin that's going to be an issue there, but looks like we're maybe going to get a Cho'Gath into action. Really nice champion, nice blind pick in combination. Yeah, well, it's a counter pick right now. if Mordecai is actually going into that top lane. But it's just a really nice champion. A lot of sustain, counters tanks out fairly well with that ultimate. And if it gets tanky enough, they actually do have the front line right now. And it's just nice to see that Team Bitches, even if they didn't have a front line, they still have 2 carries they can play around. So in the scenario that one of them gets focused down, the other one should have free game. So it's still a nice way of splitting power if they can both get ahead.
Yes, and I'll say I was a bit worried that they were going. QNI were about to get away with the early Jin pick and have Team Bitches not really draft any big beefy front line to slow it down. That is the Lucian lock-in. So I've seen people playing Morgana jungle, Lucian mid. They work very well together just because you've got that AP AD synergy. For the ganking, Morgana does bring some CC. It's a bit hard for her to hit a dark binding. It may be really wide, but boy is it slow. That might not matter though. Tristana will be able to jump out quite easily with the rocket jump if you buffer it correctly. We are in River League though, so who knows if that will happen.
Gets binded mid rocket jump, also a possibility. Predictions can also be thrown into the mix. I am really interested in how this mid lane matchup is going to be playing out because, well, both champions are being drafted with the same thought in mind, and it's also really interesting to see Lucian surviving this far down the draft because most of the time you see it banned out of being picked in first rotation when we're talking about higher levels of play at the very least. The thing is, what I'm sitting with right now is that in general, Lucian is known to win those early trades. And if Lucian is, for instance, going to use his dash aggressively, then you're kind of forcing out the Tristana to dash, like to jump away defensively, the same thing the other way around. So I wonder who actually has the most initial burst, looking at the fact that Lucian can instantly weave in auto attacks to go for that press the attack, and then Hail of Blades, the most common rune on Tristana right now. It takes a little bit of time to charge that bomb, so the moment that Lucian dashes away with maybe not even a fully charged bomb on his head, he might actually win out on those trades. So setup is going to be really important, and how much attention there's going to be spent by junglers on this mid lane can really decide how these players will play out a role when it comes to roaming, priority taking, and decision making into the rest of the game. And I think, even though a lot of people do overestimate how much value mid lane priority has, I think it's going to be a major role into this game at the very least.
Yes. One thing I think that's quite interesting to take a look at here is where the junglers are going to prioritize. Morgana will obviously farm very well. We would expect her to prioritize ganking that mid lane if you're going to see ganks, but of course with the Mordekaiser top, with something like a Jin Nautilus bot lane, these are 2 lanes that you can also try to heavily punish, especially when it's something like Seraphine, something like Cho'Gath, 2 champions that don't really have dashes, don't really have great ways to get out of trouble.
Top lane isn't necessarily that big of a priority because, well, you have to take in mind that Mordekaiser versus Cho'Gath, it's the classic weak side lane. If you're going to pay attention here, the odds of a counterplay being happening at the same time at the other side of the map is really high. And if that happens, then you're hoping that you're trading a single kill for your bot lane to get out. And if they trade a double kill and maybe a dragon, that's going to be a big yikes in those kind of scenarios. So both Lilia and Morgana, I think, will be spending most of their attention into this mid-bot side in combination with dragon pressure. And yeah, the first one to take a lot of dragons will probably take on the rest of the game. Not 100% true in that statement, since, well, we've seen a lot of games where 2 dragons is not enough to secure the other 4. And then if you stack four dragons in a row, then you're going to have a really beefy soul for the picking. But right now, it kind of depends on how mid lane plays out with the help of their junglers, and then how bot lane will play into that 2v2 scenario, because there's a lot of pick-off potential on the side of team quad neural intellect. And you'd say that Seraphine in general pokes out a Nautilus Jhin. There's not a lot of sustain there, and in general it's really classic or like traditional that a poking mage that poke is a full counter to heavy engage with no sustain. But Jhin might go for something like the fleet footwork in runes, and then if Nautilus just gets that magical hook where Seraphine doesn't have an answer yet because she doesn't have items yet, and there's not a lot of healing going on / shielding, then you might get that really nice pick off that will transition into that early bot lane priority into maybe a dragon play.
Yep, I will be quite interested to see how Ranska decides to play this Cho'Gath pick, whether we'll see the ultimate saved and roams down for the dragon, how much Team Vicious are gonna prioritize these dragons. We saw they took the early, well, quote unquote early dragon last time, um, whether they'll, and they definitely did try to pressure pretty much all of the drakes. So I'm quite interested to see whether they'll save the Cho'Gath ult in order to help them secure those and gain Cho'Gath those extra stacks, or whether it's just going to be another case of we'll leave Renska up on the top side of the map, hopefully keep Mordekaiser up there, and wait for the big team fights to bring our Cho'Gath.
Well, like it's like early. That's probably not going to be the case. But then, as longer as we go into the game, that a top lane teleport from Cho'Gath for like a third, fourth, and maybe even Dragon Soul contest point, it's going to be more important. We'll see Renska there more often. But before that, stacks probably being used at 6 minions at the very least, because that's like max stacks you can get from things that are not epic monsters and champions. And then maybe if they get the priority on top side, maybe enemy is taking dragon and you still want to make an answer play, Renska will be helping with something like a Rift Herald that can also give some free stacks on that ultimate.
Yep, just responding to one of the teams right now. So something we did see was a lot of top lane bans in the final ban phase, which is quite an interesting thing to see. Another team really wanting to ban out the mid lane or the ADC. I guess it was the safe lane to ban out, but yeah, we have some interesting teams coming out.
Yeah.
Team comps coming out here. Do you think there's going to be a team comp here which wants to really try to pressure those side lanes more, or are we going to see two teams just run head to head into each other for all the fights?
In general, they both like team fighting, but if there's a team that's going to play more on split pushing, I'd say it's probably the blue side of Team Bitches, because you have to keep in mind that a champion like Tristana just melts through towers, if you compare it to something like Lucian. Like, Lucian does deal a decent amount of damage to towers, but he doesn't have an ability like Tristana that can just throw a bomb into a tower and just half-shot it if you max charge it. And when Tristana gets ahead, it also gets the opportunity to just go play a side lane, and whenever someone just solo answers, you just instantly kill it. And with enough vision into the enemy jungle, you can actually just walk head into them. And if you do that, make a call to your team like, okay, they're sending one, maybe two players towards me, so you can fight on the other side of the map. Whilst, yeah, on the other side, on Quad Intellect, we just see a full teamfight composition. You really want to see those wombo combos where Morgana can maybe start out a fight being quote-unquote out of position, only to say, oh, well, I was not out of position, I press R, I press my Zonya / stopwatch, and now you're all CC'd, and here comes my team. Mordekaiser jumps in, Nautilus jumps in, and Lucian and Jhin are just there for the cleanup / poke.
Yep, and as we get into the loading screen, we'll be getting into the game very soon, guys. Gotta wait for that spectator delay, but we'll have you in there very soon. We do see double ignites coming out in the bottom lane. Neither I'm choosing to go for that exhaust. Maybe just hoping they're not going to have to get in range of exhausting. I do find it a bit strange. I would have maybe expected to see an exhaust coming out, especially from the Seraphine. A target that's quite likely to get Mordekaiser ulted or jumped on by Lucian towards the later stages of the game, but Ignite will cut down some of the healing.
Well, like, the thing is, if you were to run, for instance, Ignite right now on Lucian, then Tristana has cleanse and it can be cleansed away. Tristana, of course, having cleanse because she's really afraid of that dark binding pressure from the Morgana, and if it ever were to happen that she's buffering rocket jump incorrectly and she gets dark binding, there is at least a quick way out by pressing a single button. Whilst Ignite and Exhaust both instantly get cleansed away, so, well, yeah, both scenarios not really the most optimal. But then if the cleanse is not on cooldown and Tristana thinks like, okay, I'm jumping in and I want to take this really heavy trade, then Lucian exhaust might probably come in more clutch into reducing enemy damage than when you pressure Ignite really aggressively and there's still a way out for Tristana. So I do understand the exhaust pick.
I really like the exhaust pick of Lucian, to be honest.
Yeah. Then, like, maybe the only argument being made then is for teleport, because we all like our rotations.
Of course, everyone loves to see some nice rotations. But as we load into this game, why is that not working? Oh, there we go. It to get there eventually. Yeah, I really like the exhaust pick on the Lucian. It just really helps with your kiting and running people down into a team which definitely has a lot of jumps, a lot of dashes. Both Tristana and Ezreal are able to dash it away. And you've also got Bouncy Deer, who will stack a load of move speed and just run away from you. The exhaust will really help run them down in this case. Keep on top of them or get out of range. QNI
So
look to be
there's the
engaging.
early invade. We have the combination of the dark binding with the dredge line. Oh well, if that dredge line hits, the dark binding is almost guaranteed to hit. And there's also a lot of follow-up if there's a dash available.
And they
I'm
see
hoping
Demi.
he has not a point leveled in Q yet, because you can easily dash away, but now having to force both summoners is a bit of a yikers. Does manage to get away though.
That's a lot of pressure that will go down onto the Ezreal. Nice from Demophobia to walk up and just block.
Ooh.
Sidestep there. The hook is not quite long enough to pick up the kill onto the Ezreal. Both summoners down though on Ezreal. Flash also down on the Lucian. He thought that he could get that double tap from the passive to finish off the Ezreal, but not quite enough damage.
It is maybe a little bit unlucky that you're playing Morgana right now in the jungle, because in general, knowing that there's flash on cooldown, you'd instantly want to run it down towards the bot lane as this jungler, because you want to abuse the fact that this Ezreal's flash is flashless as soon as possible. Not going to have that opportunity when clearing the bot side first and having to clear your top side second if you're not going for some weird sort of jungle pathing. Then on the other side, we have a Lilia that has some opportunities on the mid lane because they know there's no flash on Lucian, so that might actually also be a problem, but then the other way around. So let's see how these junglers decide to work with the information they've gathered thus far, and how this invade is going to influence the early stages.
Dark Syrinx using all of the pressure here that he's getting from level 2 really well. Doran's shield actually picked up on the Tristana into the Lucian. Maybe not favouring herself too much in that matchup. Just wanting to make sure it survives until the ganks actually
Cleanse,
get there.
Doran's Blade. If I'm correct, the secondary rune choice is also revived.
There is the hook, and it does force the flash out. Despite Zero only being level 1, they managed to get the flash out of the Seraphine. And that means that next engage is going to be all the more potent.
I meant, of course, Resolve being the second path into the rune choices of the Tristana. There is already a small level advantage right there on the top lane. There's a lot of pressure right there from the Lucian on Tristana. It does take a little trade.
Yeah.
Goes for the cannon minion. Respectable. Lots of gold on that minion.
Dark Syrinx is really getting some advantages here in the mid lane. It's hard to farm onto Tara's Tristana, and he keeps just shoving her in. QNI Unleashed putting a lot of damage down onto Renska as well in this top lane. Team Bitch is struggling a little bit in every lane right now, falling down on the CS.
Another dredge line.
Another dredge line into the hook. Ice Queens with a beautiful route there to just keep QNI Rage Engage out of range.
Nice retaliation. It looks like there's also a Lilia incoming. This dredge line might actually be the engage that they needed.
Slow comes down. The Ignite was thrown down. That's first blood going over to the Nautilus. Ignite was thrown down as well, I think, in response onto Nautilus. They're trying to put what damage down they can, but it's not going to be enough to pick up a kill here. And and there's the hook into yet another kill, and it's all just going a bit wrong here for the side of Team Bitches. A lot of summoners thrown down. Nothing really picked up. 2 kills go over, at least it's to the Nautilus.
Yeah, and Lilia's flashless right now doing the risk scuttle. I'm hoping that there's enough time for the risk scuttle to be finished before this Morgana arrives, because that might be a really difficult fight to pick. Level 4 Morgana, level 3 Lilia without flash. But I think he does manages. Yep, he did manage to
do it. The spectator trolling us a little bit there, not wanting us to see who got the scuttle, just being like, yeah, you want to watch this wet noodle fight on top.
Well, to be fair, it is a really nice wet noodle fight. Right now, Mordekaiser are basically only having the advantage over the fact that I don't feel like the trading pattern for Renska is what it used to on the champion. So right now there's a lot of poke coming out from Q, but you went for a grasp, so you probably want to get another attack in somewhere. And well, the burst trades / extended trades are going so well. Yeah, look at that.
Renska put down to just over 100 health. Being zoned away from this entire minion wave, that is absolutely brutal. Having to will probably TP back in here to just pick up as much of that XP as possible.
Yeah, backing on 10 CS when your enemy is already 35 is a really bad thing to do, or like bad thing to have happen, because well, there's not really any other choice except for dying as well.
Yep, and there's the TP coming out from Renska, just wanting to try and get whatever back that she can. See the early Bramble Vest actually being picked up by the Nautilus.
Yep, doesn't want to deal with that Seraphine healing. Oh, looks like
Oh,
Unleash is barely walking past Aino Kaida, so she's surviving for now. And Unleashed has been spotted on the map, was pinged out that there was a slight rotation coming into the mid lane, but not really having
oh, the
missed a lot.
Dreadline hits
Maybe,
again. Deadly Flourish actually does miss this time, but so does the CC from Ice Queens.
yeah, and it is maybe interesting to see that Mordekaiser didn't value the teleport, the recall right there, because no items yet picked up, and Renske does have that no magic mantle.
Was thrown down onto Renska, and not much actually came out of that.
Yeah, it's a no magic mantle, and apparently Morgana jungle can solo dragon because well, the sustain is just immense.
Sustain, the missing health damage, I believe, comes out from the W. I think it works on monsters as well.
I'm going to do some quick research on what Morgana runes and itemization is in the jungle, because I'm really interested in boot choice right now already. Really early Sorg shoes, no magic pen on the board yet, but still being picked up.
I would imagine you probably do go for Dark Harvest at the very least. You'd want the early boots, try and get around the jungle quicker, so that does make sense.
A lot of people running magical footwear, but since it's in the same slot as perfect timing, not necessarily the first rune of choice.
Oh, I know Kaida just jumps straight into Cyrex, delivers herself up on a silver platter. Bit unlucky there, and maybe should have known though. When Lucian's not in mid, maybe don't just use the blast cone to jump around in your own jungle.
Yeah, Demophobia also taking a lot of punishment of this Lucian.
The
Oh,
culling is thrown out. That's so
a
much
lot
damage.
of damage. I really like the back massage as an ability. Look at that, really really aggressive flash there.
Forwards. Yeah, Dark Cyrex really seems to be comfortable on this champion. The Dredgeline does miss.
It lollipopped it on the wrong target.
Ina Kaida taking a lot of damage in this mid lane from Cyrex. It's only level 5, so can't throw out the CC.
Oh, piercing light, man.
And Team Bitches is struggling. Oh, that Dredgeline was dirty. The heal comes out, the Ignite goes down, and Demi will be falling yet again. But that is the kill yet again onto the Nautilus, so not the worst thing in the world. If we want to
You'd
take
say that. First killing spree on the board right now on the support Nautilus that has the opportunity to go full tank, whilst we see a top lane fight breaking out. Flash being forced on the Mordekaiser. No commitment though. I think that would have been a kill. Still is a kill. And that's an itemless Mordekaiser with only the starting door and shield against Renske that already purchased the null magic mantle. And when the reset's going to come in right now, if there's any form of magic resist in there for Mordekaiser, I think he also guarantees winning himself the 2v2 whenever Aino Kaidos makes his way there.
So we actually see a 5,000 gold advantage coming out now for QNI, and it is pretty much across the board. Oh, but here is the killing Nautilus coming down, 1v1ing or Demophobia in that mid lane. Puts down a lot of damage.
No magic resist by Unleash, that's interesting. Is going fully for the build towards that Rift Maker, not an item we see a lot, but then again, we don't see a lot of Mordekaiser either, so when he's being played, it is the item probably most built on him. But I probably would have preferred to see a Merc Threats there, instead of the combination of Potions, Award, and Blasting one, because I feel if you add all of that up, maybe you could have purchased boots as well. Oh, and
Dark Cyrex Ice Queens. And Culling is thrown down.
Guardian!
Oh, Guardian for the save right there, keeping Ice Queens alive. Oh, Renska just face checks QNI, Unleashed in the bush. Will take a lot of damage, throws down the Q, tries to walk out.
Oh, Cyrex is really feeling it today. All the aggressive dashes are coming out from him.
And just thrown a little bit wide. Throw out the everything is fine emote. Everything's fine in this bot lane. Nautilus is now just a second jungler.
Yeah, but
Was
also
thrown
gets
down.
ulted.
Did put him to sleep, but nothing really came out of it. I'm not sure if that was just a misclick, maybe. Well, I thought they'd be able to do something a bit more there. It's hard to know. Dredgeline, yet
It's a
again,
major
pulling zero
objective
close.
dance, but it's just being done over a red buff, and in the meantime,
Oh, and there's the flash in, but there's no sleepy time to come out, and the curtain call is thrown down. Will not actually pick anything up. Apparently, we want to watch the top lane with this fight that's going on.
yeah, because the top lane, of course, is way more important than a dragon dance being done over a red
Oh,
buff.
the
Flash
flash
hook.
And that's yet another kill being picked up on the Nautilus, holding 80% of the team's kills right now.
Yeah,
oh no,
I think
not quite 80%.
I think that we still managed to make a blunder during draft. It's most definitely not support Nautilus. It's most definitely support Jhin and carry Nautilus, because look at these scores.
And so much damage down there onto Renska. The damage over time from both these champions just coming out. Finishing off the Cho'Gath. And I mean, Team Bitches have to find something here. They weren't perfect games last game. This game, so far, it's not looking better for them.
Oh, is he going for it? There is an ultimate available, but I know Kaido is just returning so much
But here's
fire
the
that
engage. The chains are thrown down by the goat. He ends up having to flash out of that one. But here comes the AD carry Nautilus. Well, not AD carry. The carry Nautilus.
he's just a carry. Like, it's not necessarily AD. Is rushing like his life is depending on it.
And there's the bind into the culling.
Late cleanse.
The
And a
ultimate
nice
was thrown
dark
down by
binding.
Ainakaida, but that's where you take the Morgana into Lilia. The sleep doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the fact that Nautilus is rushing towards that Thornmill whilst we see another fighter on the top lane.
Yep, Renska yet again just being run down by QNI Unleashed here. Will try to flash away, but unfortunately can't escape from that. Interesting that Renska hasn't chosen to pick up the boots yet. I feel like that would really have helped her into this matchup. Just to have that extra bit of move speed to dodge away from a few of Mordekaiser's abilities and get out from those engages that he has been doing.
So yeah, there's also some training going on the top side. Dragon is being taken on the side of Quad Intellect. And there's once again
no, here comes
Nautilus
the carry.
slithering in
Dreadline, Deadly
position.
Flourish. The ultimate's thrown down onto Demi. Demi will flash to try and get away. And that was an interesting choice of camera angle from the spectator, wanting to focus on the Jhin shooting as opposed to where the shots are actually going. Overall, doesn't end up doing anything.
I am feeling it when it comes to Quad Neural Intellect, that they really like their CC compositions. It's like one of the fourth or like fifth times, if you take into account last game as well, that they layer their forms, like their waves of CC like perfectly. There's just no way to move for a lot of champions on the side of Team Bitches. And then looking at itemization, I do understand in a way that there's a Thornmill being rushed right now, whilst Unleashed is once again just bullying Renska, but actually helps her getting the escape.
Just a little push out of the way there.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
give
nice.
you this one.
Just a warning shot. Just a warning shot.
Just a warning shot.
But the question you have to ask yourself when going for this, I just can't finish. Like, the Renska and Unleashed are just pummeling at each other.
Oh, is he engaging the bot lane? Demophobia may be feeling herself here, but Culling is thrown out by Cyrix, and the flash away from Demophobia will maybe wait to jump in again when it's off cooldown. And there's the jump back in, trying to do what she can. Ooh. Not quite enough damage to pick that up. A nice attempt at the trade there. The ultimate has gone down, taking Ainakaida into the Dark Realm. Renska is trying to follow it up. And the chomp goes down. That's 700 gold into the pockets of the Cho'Gath. Not a perfect game. QNI not able to keep themselves alive throughout this entire
First
game.
kill on the board right now for Team Bitches in 2 games, and the first one to open up the score is Ranskip. So that's really nice to see that the Shogun at least has something to say during this game. Nautilus right now walking into lane with that Thornmail.
There's the Dread line. The Seraphine ultimate is thrown down. It charms them up, but it just buys Team Bitches the time to disengage from that fight.
I still don't really understand the itemization behind Thornmail. Like, I do understand in the way that you think that there's going to be a lot of healing from Seraphine, but Seraphine doesn't really have the items yet, and is probably not going to get there soon with the amount of pressure that is Nautilus having. And you can go for Deadman's Plate for roaming, because that's what he's been doing. There's not a kill.
Yeah, I understood the early pickup of the
Bramble
component,
Vest.
the Bramble
Okay,
Vest, but
yeah.
finishing the Thornmail is quite suspect.
Winged Moonplate just gives you 8% movement speed, and you can do these things that he's doing right now just faster. You can throw a Chemtech, Turbo Chemtank in the mix. Like,
Dark Cyrus
Ooh.
finds Demophobia. The culling does so much damage there. Demophobia being taken to just under 100 health in the end. The flash
auto
forwards.
attacks. You have to respect that. You have to walk away and don't show yourself any
Dark
more
Cyrus being
delusion.
taken quite low by the tower. Will jump away over the wall. Looks like Team Bitches may want to engage here. No, they're just playing it very safe. Sitting back. We can see Mythic starting to be picked up on both sides here. First Mythic coming in from Cho'Gath with a little bit of help from that shutdown. Mythics all over the side of QNI. Just waiting for Morgana to probably just take her next back and pick up that Liandry's.
Yeah, those do seem to be the components for Liandry's. Renska now taking a trade with Dark Cyrex, who has the Kraken Slayer available. Can deal a lot of damage. Ooh.
Nice dodge there. Is continually walking at Renska. The shield coming down from the Seraphine, but that's a jump in from Cyrex. So much pressure being put down from this Lucian. Cyrex showing really comfortable on this champion.
Yeah, so last game, around the 17 minutes point, we said that there were like no turrets taken yet on the side of Quad Intellect, and right now they actually have a lot of towers.
Flash
So it's
into
definitely
hook. Deadly Flourish
much
did
faster
miss.
pace.
Kaida just trying to sidestep these shots, will get out of range in time.
I wonder how all of this is going to continue right now. Dark Binding hitting might present themselves an opportunity.
Flash out from the Seraphine. The ultimate goes through, but it doesn't get the extra range. The hook goes down onto Demophobia. We'll take down the Tristana. The rope goes onto Cho'Gath. There's nothing Renska can really do here. We'll get taken out in the end. Just leaving Demi left alive. The culling is interrupted by the sleep. Meanwhile, Ezreal gets hooked. Kaida, the exhaust is thrown down, taken down. Just leaving this poor little Seraphine to try and defend by herself.
Yeah, the game right now going a lot faster. Looks like inhibitors are going to be forced before 20 minutes, meaning that there might be a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel of this game if Team Bitches can keep on farming with no Baron yet on the map.
QNI decide to go for these towers. No, they're just going to back off and finally take that other inhibitor. Meanwhile, the goat will just pick up a nice mountain dragon.
So, like, in general, you don't necessarily want to take inhibs this early, because it basically just gives free farm of super minions that guarantee the pushing of the wave. So that means that your own team is going to be picking up a lot less farm, because the waves will probably be stuck in the enemy base, and you want that to use as an opportunity to contest these neutral objectives. Well, Dragon is being taken right now, but Baron not on the map for another minute. And I'm not saying that that minute is going to mean a whole lot of a difference for Team Bitches if they can use those waves to farm up. But it does mean that they might have a little bit of an opportunity right here to make a slight comeback. But they have to play it out pixel perfectly if they want to take this match back.
Yep, at the moment you gotta say it is QNI's match to throw away. I imagine they don't even really need to get the Baron here. They're probably just gonna push that bot lane as 5. Take the last inhibitor and wait for the super minions to end the game, escort them in. Maybe they'll get the Baron, maybe they'll decide.
Oh no, Renska overstepped again, and that's Dark Cyrex.
And the culling does come down. It did not look like it was actually connecting with Cho'Gath, but the damage was coming out from it.
Cho'Gath hitbox is going to be big when the big boy is getting them stacked. So right now we're just seeing Jin pressuring down that bot lane whilst the pings are coming out to help and contest this Baron. Don't necessarily need the Jin. It's probably better for him to play that side lane, even without teleport available. They do have the tankiness and DPS when everyone arrives.
Yeah, I don't think
Hoping
they
that the
can.
goat.
Team Bitches can really contest this Baron, but I would
Nah,
like to see them
no
maybe try
way.
and punish the Jin staying by himself on that side lane. Sure, he has the vision, but you do have the speed ups from the Seraphine. You can maybe
Look at
manage
that
to get a
Morgana healing
pick.
off the Baron. He's just full
Ah,
again. Smite comes out, Baron is secure. There's no reset. They're instantly looking to finish the game because everyone's healthy. They see a really low HP
this is it. They
jungler.
should engage on the Jin here. This is their one chance. Get that slight
They're afraid of
advantage,
losing
but
the base. And with this Lilia being low HP, oh, it's actually Tristana getting banished to the death realm, and Cleanse doesn't work.
Cleanse
It's a suppression.
not seen. Not seen this champion for so long. Forgetting Cleanse does not work against Mordekaiser. The engage just comes out here. A nice ultimate from Demi on the Ezreal,
Oh, and the
but
Drax line.
there we go. And we do get the bug. I don't know why this bug sometimes happens, but it does mean that the game did end in favor of QNI. Um, and we won't get to see the final kill, but we'll show everyone the stats from the game. You can all take a look. 21 minutes, 30 seconds was the speed of the game. I still need to change how this screen looks because that's not quite right. For all of those stat buffs out there, we can see the stats. Lucian not helping his team too much there. You can see no assists, taking all the kills that he can get for
The
himself.
solo player. Like 15k damage. That's still an awful lot of damage if you compare it to the counterpart, 2.8k coming out from Tristana.
Yeah, of course, not a perfect game there. You can see stats here for everyone. Anyone can take screenshots of those if they want. And overall, that will lead to a 2-0 for the side of QNI. And I don't really know what to say about these games. Yeah, unfortunate games. We saw Team Bitches did put up a fight. QNI is one of the strongest teams in River, so we were expecting the 2-0 is expected here, but it was a very dominant fashion that they managed to do it in. And definitely stating themselves as the team to watch out for.
Yeah, Quad Nation was putting up a real nice fight. Also, looked like their coordination and the fact that they do like to play that layer on layer CC kind of compositions have been shown right now. So for every future opponent of this team, you have seen just a fraction of what they can do right now. So either play into it, or maybe we'll see even more shining from this team later on in the tournament.
Yep, I'm hoping to just see some nice improvement from Team Bitches going forwards. You can see they definitely had, they do what they wanted to do, but they didn't seem that comfortable on their champions in comparison. I'd like to see a lot of, I'd like to see some just growth. That's what I want to see from them. Growth, see some more plays together as a team, see them get more comfortable on these champions that they're going to be playing because a lot of them are off role right now. I think we could quite clearly see that with the Tristana into the Lucian. Renska didn't look too comfortable in the matchup Cho'Gath against Mordekaiser. So it'd be quite nice to see, to just see some growth from them as they pick up champions, and maybe they can take some games further on in the season. They've got one of the hard ones out of the way. If you are going to expect to lose against QNI, may as well do it early when you're still learning as a team. You can learn a lot from your losses, see how the other team did, where you went wrong. But yeah, if anyone from Team Bitches would like to be interviewed, give a shout. We'll drop you in. We'll do Team Bitches first. We'll always do the losing team first if anyone would like it. Do let us know. Give them just a little bit of time to respond. It's of course not compulsory in any way. So Renska wouldn't mind having a bit of an interview. So yeah, let's go. Let's get one of team pitches in here. Give Renska a bit of an interview. How am I going to get this movement going? Do you want to jump into waiting to be moved? Yeah, perfect. Okay, welcome Renska to the stream. Some hard losses there, but you managed to save the game from being perfect games. You picked up the kill for your team,
Yes, at least
and
one kill.
I mean, just give us some thoughts on how the games went. Of course, you're a new team with a lot of people off rolling. So I just
Yeah,
want to hear what your thoughts were.
that's the biggest problem. Like, we are mostly off roll, so we're all learning new lanes and new champions, and then playing against people who are higher and are on their main role is kind of hard. And I think our communication can be better because whenever we get behind, we kind of feel quiet and we don't talk as much anymore. So we don't really know what's going on at the rest of the mob. So
Well,
lots of improving to do at least.
some room for improvement, and it's always good to be able to know where to work on first. So it sounds like just need to get a bit more comfortable in your new roles, on your new champions, improve the communication a little bit, especially when behind, and hopefully we'll see a much stronger team pictures coming back next week.
Yeah, let's hope.
Yeah, who do you have next week?
I don't even know.
Let's have
Let
a
me
look in
check.
the schedule. We can have a
League of Pokemon.
League of Pokeball. So haven't seen them play yet. They are on paper our lowest rated team. So I mean, I assume you guys maybe haven't looked into them yet. But how are you feeling
Not
about that
really.
match? Maybe a bit of a nicer match against one of the teams
I
lower down.
I think it will be a lot better because now we kind of know what to expect, and we kind of had like a test run to see what improvements could be made, and especially where like the points are that need the most improvement. Because yeah, you can't improve everything in a short time, and especially since we've only, I think, formed a team like a month ago.
Yeah.
So we're still getting used to each other, still getting used to rules, and yeah, it's kind of hard.
Yep, but I mean, you guys put up a fight, and it's a very heavy competition there, and it was very valiant effort. Deurmat, do you have any questions you would like to ask before we let
Well,
Renska?
I've actually summoned my master interviewer Atomica here to
I
Oh,
saw.
ask
here we go, of
to ask,
course.
to ask some questions for me.
Have you? What? Hello? I wasn't aware of this.
Atomic got
Um,
confused, be like,
Yeah, I'm quite confused, but really, just a bit of a question surrounding one specific play. With the Malphite TP towards the bot lane, was there? How was like the communication surrounding that? Is that still just like piecing together communication, or because
well,
there was a bit of
actually,
a miss?
we were like trying to respond, but we had like no minions there, and at that time they didn't have a ward up, so neither me or the mid laner could TP in. And like when the minions arrived, it was kind of too late. So we just decided to like push the lanes and get some farm and tower platings.
Interesting. And also, just quickly about the draft phase, really. When you go into the draft phase, is there anything really specific that you know you look to create, or is it just kind of a pick what's comfortable?
Well, we'll have like a few comfort picks, like 3-4 champions we're quite confident on. So like we kind of see what they pick and then respond, or um yeah, just pick our comfort pick. I don't know. We just like look a little bit at what they pick, but also like what we need, like a front line we needed in the second game. And while in the first game we had a front line, so I could pick Karma top.
Yep.
So we kind of look at the composition, but mostly convert picks since, yeah, we don't have many champions we can play on the roles.
Yeah, and it's just a final question, obviously, after 2 quite heavy defeats, unfortunately. How is the aura around the team? Is everyone still, motivated, or is it a bit?
Still laughing, but crying inside.
Okay.
Good. Good to hear that at least on the outside you're able to keep up the spirits in some way.
Yeah, the communication falls quiet when like we're this far behind and we don't really know how to recover from that. So it gets kind of quiet, but we
But
can still manage to laugh and get a joke in here and there.
yeah,
That's always good.
that's what you like to hear. Always one of the things teams struggle with most is the tilt factor, especially when losing or things are going wrong. So sounds like you guys don't really have that hurdle to overcome in the future, which is very good to know.
No, I don't think we have that. I
Um,
think that's one of the good things about being a full girls team.
Yeah.
Yep. We got people in chat saying they'll root for you guys next week. So good luck on your match
Ah,
next week, and hopefully you will be able to show a stronger performance and show everyone the true strength of the team and improvement. Anything you want to say finally before we let you go?
well, one thing against Deurmat, because I heard him say on stream, like, why not pick the Seraphine first? Like, that's a huge pick. We wanted to pick the Tristana first, because their ADC kind of spammed Tristana, so we didn't really want that.
It's a
Yeah,
priority of
Deurmat.
the denial.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
Get
didn't
clowned
want
on.
them to get the Tristana, because that would have absolutely destroyed us, I think. Even more.
Okay, well, thank you for coming for the interview. Always nice to have an interview, especially after a team loses. It's yeah. So very much props to coming and having a chat and showing that the team still spirits are still there. Uh, so
Took some courage.
took some courage, yes, and yes,
They all left really quickly and they were like,
I
okay,
didn't
so
want.
you'll do that? I was,
You don't have to do interviews. It's not compulsory at all. But
well, I
everyone
have
loves
to
hearing from
defend.
the teams. So
I have to defend my team.
thank you so much, Renska, for coming for this interview. Good luck in your next games, and I will
Thank
just
you.
put you into waiting to be moved in. You can leave when you're ready.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Okay, we've got a couple of members now from QNI coming in. Um, we've got QNI Unleashed, and we've got Zero. Guys, tell us something about those games.
I think we're obviously still a new team as well. We've just started, so it was a massive boost of confidence. We went in with set win conditions both games. We talked in Champ Select how we want to play it, and every single person executed it perfectly throughout every phase. So, I mean, apart from me dying once, it was
Reportable.
really, really clean games, and we had set goals, which was really good to see.
Yep, definitely a strong showing out from your team there. Of course, you are one of the favourites probably coming into this league, just from having the higher ranks. I think the other big competition coming in would be potentially Tub Girl, although I don't know what's going to happen with them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is TOH, did they not go like undefeated last season or something?
Yeah, they went undefeated. Yeah.
Oh, man.
TLH's lost screen went undefeated. We'll put it that way.
Oh, okay.
They didn't have the best split. The Fighting Cocks did take the win against them yesterday. I don't know if you, or not yesterday, a couple of
Ooh.
days. Yeah, yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw that. If you have any thoughts on the teams, I don't know if you're playing next week. We will have more
We're
chats about that.
playing the Fighting Cocks next week, so I might actually have a look at that game and see
Ah,
how
well,
it
there you
went.
go.
Yeah.
So yeah, we did have. I think it was a bit yeah, safe to say it was a bit more scrappy than these two games were, but they came in looking fairly strong, so it'll be an interesting match to watch next week, definitely. Um, so is there anything in particular you could think of to ask Atomica? Because I was not ready for interviews. I completely forgot we do them.
Obviously, well, we have. I'm pretty sure the man that played Nautilus with us, correct? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
What
yes.
was the theory behind the Thornmail first buy?
I just didn't want them to heal. Any sort of healing at all, I just went, nah, you're staying down to low health. And if you're in Ignite and QW range, you're dead to me. So
You shall die.
that's how I really play Nautilus at any game at all. It's not
The
just exclusive.
carry
But
Nautilus all the time. And do you think you'll get your hands on the Nautilus again? Would you
no.
like to?
I would love to. Like I would just love to sit in the jungle and just go, I'm gonna go fishing. Maybe put on some bait. But in all honesty, I didn't expect to play that kind of Nautilus today. I came in here looking to protect my AD carry, and fortunately I was able to make really good picks early, and we got ahead. So it was very well done by my team, very well played, and I'm very happy that they were able to follow up on a lot of what we were shot calling. So it was very good, well played.
Yep. Something I do want to ask is because you did have a substitute mid laner this game. In fact, not even the substitute you're expecting to have.
Mm.
How did that? How do you feel that affected your gameplay? Did you find it hard to adapt to having someone that you hadn't really played with much before, or have you played with them a lot before? Like,
So my team actually hasn't played with the mid laner at all, except for me. I know him from because he's a close friend of mine. But I was expecting to have my other friend join in, and it was unfortunate he couldn't. It was like, it was unexpected, and I really hope that, he's okay. If he's watching this right now, lots of love from Team QN. We'll miss you. But I thought, I could. He was the guy who played with us right now. He was the only guy who could respond quickly enough, and he's actually a jungle main, so he was off rolling, but he played enough to I just told him, just if you can go even, or if you can stay safe, and I'll come to you, which I did. I came to mid a lot,
Yep.
and then top, and yeah, I just told him, just stay there, I'll come to you, and we'll make something happen. And he did it, so I'm actually happy with how he played. And if he's hearing this right now, thank you for filling in, and I'm very ever so grateful to you guys as well, and to the people in Team B. I don't want to say the word, but thank you
fair.
so much. It'll mean a lot to our primary sub mid laner, and for the mid laner who isn't here due to her issues as well. We did this for you. We all tried our best for you. So come back home safe to us as well. So that's all I can say really about
There we
that.
go. Some very nice words. Some very touching words coming out from the side of Coordination Intellect. Um, of course, we had a lot of issues getting into Champs Select and the games generally, but we managed to overcome them all, and we got these games played for everyone on stream and everyone who can be here. And hopefully they can watch it back and enjoy seeing the teams play. Is there anything you want to say particularly about uh, team bitches? Because of course you did just play against them, so you have some idea of how they are. Anything you would like to say to the team about how they played, or
I'd say they reacted really well to what we were throwing them, regardless of the outcome. I think they're all doing really well. It's just maybe a little bit more team play and a little bit more of reaction timing. That goes a long way. Like vision, team play, and team comms.
I would say, especially with the second game, I think after the first game, they maybe got in their heads a little bit, because the second game, they had quite a few opportunities to maybe do something.
Mhm.
Especially with me, I was playing the lane very aggressively, and Lilia came top, used her ult, comboed it with Cho'Gath, and killed me like very quickly. I think when they do pull the trigger and be more aggressive, it did work out really well. It's just trying to fine tune those skills and work together as a team to make the calls and be more aggressive.
Right. So there we go. There's some words of advice for team pitchers after what was a bit of a hard loss for them. But what else can I ask?
Don't
Let's
think there's anything else.
how about the Mordekaiser pick? Because Mordekaiser is a champion that we don't tend to see very often. Is that just a pocket pick? Is that a specific?
I've been playing him quite a lot for. I noticed we already had 2 AD. I was like, we need an AP top laner, and he got buffed. I think it was either this patch or last patch. So his isolated Q damage is so insane. So especially early when I got the lane pressure straight away, I was up like 20 odd CS just because of how strong that buff is and how early damage focused he is.
Oh,
So I think that was the main reason I picked him.
you can
Just
actually see
for
in
the
chat
early game.
Renska was saying she wanted to play him, so potentially actually a denial there, whether you guys realized it or not. Um, so that's quite an interesting a point to bring out. Yeah, I don't really have many other questions to ask, so I'll leave the floor to you guys if there's anything else you really want to say about the games or about teams that you have to face or shout outs to anyone or anything at all. Go wild.
Sean, do you got anything?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's quite hard to think of stuff when you're put on the spot. There you go. You know what, let's end it
I
on
will
the.
say mad respect to Team B. They played the games out, and from what I was hearing from the interview, they've managed to still not tilt much. Which, if that was our team, I don't know. I think I would have been getting flamed from left, right, and center. So a lot of respect to them for being able to stay chill and just be able to still enjoy the game.
There you go. So really wholesome, nice words coming out. And you know what? Let's end it on the Coral Classic question. What's your guys' favorite Pokemon before I let you go?
Charmander, easy.
Squirtle, easy, because it beats Charmander.
Ah, there we go. Mental chess being played right here. You love to see it. The rivalry between teammates. And I'll let you guys go now. Thanks for coming and doing the interview. Thanks for coming and playing today. And we'll see you guys next week.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you.
problem.
See
Thanks
ya.
for having us on.
And there we go. So we do have a little bit of time left until our next game. In fact, when I say a little bit of time, we actually have quite a lot of time. We have about 20 minutes to kill before the next game. So what I might do is just leave you guys with some music going on, and we'll be back after a short break. So let me just set this up and have fun, guys. We'll be back in a bit to continue with the games. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We've got a little time until the next games are starting. We're still waiting for the teams to get into lobby. Of course, their game isn't scheduled to start for 10 minutes, but we can have a little chat about the two teams beforehand. Team Cataclysm are returning, got up to the semi-finals of last season's Jolly League tournament. They got to semi-finals. I believe they lost to Team Bruv, who ended up losing to Chainers. So overall, pretty strong team to make it semis. So should see how they should perform pretty well. Exciting to see if they have improved in the off season. Short that it was.
Yeah, so basically last season around, I think that a lot of players expected Team Cataclysm to reach finals and didn't really expect them to lose to Team Bruff, but in the end it did manage to happen. Most of the eyes back then were aimed at Red Husky, as he is one of the players who has done most of the carrying throughout the season. And well, I must say that there was like a really dominant jungle performance last season around, when we had junglers in the league like Red Husky, like Clyde, even Fink being playing really well on his actually first time form of jungle, because he did switch roles and it did manage to save his team and make it to the finals in the very end. So I do wonder how jungle difference is going to be playing out during these kind of games, because we are a little bit later in the season right now, or at least later in the season when it comes to League of Legends, the game itself. The meta has changed a little bit from carry junglers towards that more of turbo camp tank jungle meta that we're seeing these days. And I wonder how Red Husky, who's really keen to play on those carry kind of junglers, if he can adapt his style into those more supportive kind of junglers, and if that also helps his team into winning those games without him having a really dominant role into taking all the kills and the objective instead of just the objectives and supporting his team all the way around.
Yep. So definitely be interested to see how the Team Cataclysm has adapted moving forwards with the shift in the meta that has come in. On the other side, we do have facing off against them Silver Phoenix. This is a new team coming into the league, a whole set of players that we haven't seen anything from before. I don't know if you have done any looking into this team yet at all.
Not yet, so I'm just gonna do that real quick. It's
Not
probably
yet.
really
Okay,
easy to
well,
just throw
I
everyone into a mix.
Yep, I know a little bit about their mid laner. Grizz is the guy that you might have seen in chat quite a bit. I think he's the captain for this team. He likes to play a lot of these assassin mid laners, so we definitely might have an explosive mid lane in this game. Something that Grizz will definitely try and make happen at the very least. Other notable people to take note of would be Neon in that top lane and Santoryu in the jungle position, two of them being the slightly higher rated players. Santoryu does make use of some of those chem tank junglers. He has quite a few games on Hecarim, quite a few games on Udyr, so definitely someone that can make use of that. And we see a lot of carry junglers come out from Neon in this top lane, so we might see a very strong top side of the map from Silver Phoenix. Definitely a team to watch out for, something to see how they do. These two teams very evenly matched, or at least when we came to making the teams sheets at the start of the season, there was only, I believe, a fifth of a single rank between them in terms of their team average ranks. So really close, and we should hopefully get some very close games.
Really interesting to see how this draft goes. Looking at the player profiles right now from Silver Phoenixes, I do see the Thresh being played an awful lot by Lyre, and this champion is really well known to be played in combination with a lot of ADCs that lack in the mobility category but do really like carrying, such as Jinx and the Aphelios, and then of course to add that up with Allegacia, who's their ADC player. He does really love the hyper carry Kai'Sa, who does have a lot of mobility, but there's also a lot of games already on that Jinx. Not necessarily the highest of win rates, but if you combine those two champions on the bot lane, it might make a really explosive bot lane experience that we haven't seen before. And then, well, you already touched upon the fact that Santorio does play a lot of those camp tank junglers. We see Hecarim, we see Nunu. There's some carry picks on the top lane. So I'm predicting that this kind of a draft is probably coming to bot lane in combination with jungle being secured in the first phase, being it red side, mid maybe blind with a counter pick for top lane, because that's a little bit how Fnatic drafts as well, and they also like their carry coming from top lane with a player like Whippo. Well, if you can throw it on this Riven player who does have a 52% win rate on a champion like Riven, it might actually happen and make for a real good draft on their side of the draft. So I'm really hyped to see what this drafting phase is going to bring. If they can secure the combinations that they want to work with, and if they can find answers for the first picking potential on the side of Team Cataclysm. Because Cataclysm, of course, already starting this draft out with an Echo ban, so they really don't want those AP assassins right now on both the jungle and the mid lane. And Viego actually getting banked out by Silver Phoenix.
I believe they are specifically targeting Grizz's champ pool in the mid lane right now. Echo, I believe, is the most played champion. Diana might be his second or third most played. So I'll be interested to see if they ban yet another mid lane assassin and maybe then choose to denial pick away something else. Definitely they don't want this mid lane to get out of control here. But Nunu is the decided lock in for their final ban.
Yeah, Olaf, not really a fan of the champion inside the meta we are in right now. He was really strong during Gore Drinker's prime time, but that's not the case anymore. We see a lot of camp tanks these days, and it doesn't really work that well with that champion. And while Silver Phoenixes do not want to surrender both Thresh and Hecarim towards their opposing team, even though they do have a couple of players who really like to play as champions. So this first pick blue side is better going to be an important one, because else it might be the case that Silver Phoenixes has banned away a couple of their own champions without it even being necessary.
And it's the Kai'Sa that they decide to lock in, wanting to get that strong, comfortable ADC for themselves. And potentially a bit of a denial pick there as well, away from the side of SPX.
Yep, still a really strong hyper carry Kai'Sa is, but you also have to keep in mind that this champion is really short range, and instantly the reaction from Silver Phoenix is going to be the Seraphine being locked in that can still be switched around in a couple of lanes. Jinx also being the hyper carry next to it. I'm not hoping that Seraphine is going to be the one supporting the Jinx, because Jinx is going to lack in a lot of cases as a hyper carry, being really vulnerable to a lot of options that are open right now for Team Cataclysm. But if this Seraphine is going into the mid lane, it's going to be a really nice blind pick that is just flexible all the way around. Team Cataclysm right now with the Jarvan might actually work counterintuitive when you think about it with the Seraphine on the other side, but if it's a comfort pick, please pick it up, and Jarvan's still fairly strong this meta after a couple buffs, a couple patches ago.
Yep, and can definitely fit in towards a more gank heavy style, something that can try and punish this Seraphine Jinx picks. We get another Nautilus game. Nautilus pairs pretty well with the Kai'Sa, and you have to imagine SPX will want to flex this Seraphine into mid lane if they're able to do so, but Grizz is not one to play champions like Seraphine.
And that's also another flex pick being picked up by Silver Phoenixes before they start out the second banning phase. Interesting also to note about Nautilus right now, really popular during the first matches of the Coral Jojo League. Thing is, of course, Nautilus right now a little bit overshadowed in the meta by a champion like Rel, who does basically the same heavy engage, not a lot of disengage, but also helps their team when it comes to peeling off enemy resistances with that passive. Normally is paired really, really well with that Kai'Sa, because peeling off both armor and magic resist helps Kai'Sa in both the attack damage, but also the passive and W dealing a lot of magic damage in that category. But right now, Nautilus being preferred over that, still being able to apply a lot of those passive stacks. And then while Volibear can be flexed between both the top and the jungle, I think it's going to go into the top lane, but then again, you might have to think about that twice, because we have seen him an awful lot already in that jungle, and now second banning phase is opening up Silver Phoenixes to ban both the Camille and the Orianna, and Team Cataclysm now on their way for their final ban, already banning out the Lilia, because this Jarvan apparently does not want to face this deer.
Yep, we see... When you look at SPX, it does seem like the Volibear is played more by the top laner as opposed to the jungler. So this is definitely Team Cataclysm right here saying, yeah, we reckon you're going to put that top lane. We're just going to ban out junglers. We don't care if you decide to flex it into the jungle. They do end up getting rid of the Vlad though.
Scaling
Interesting.
champion can be difficult to deal with if it gets out of hand.
Yep, they're maybe thinking that there wants to be a bit of a flex here, where if they've banned out a lot of the AP mid laners that Chris would like to play in the Echo and the Diana.
Ooh, Galio. So even for AP mid laners, is this going to be an answer? And if there's an AD assassin on the loose, this champion can fairly easily build into an item like Zhonya's. So I wonder how this Galio is going to be played out. I prefer to see it with what is it? The Ceralia's Battle Sword, but that item has been changed. So maybe we will not see it on champions like Galio anymore. Team Cataclysm, on the other hand, going with that Gnar blind pick because, well, their top laner really likes this champion an awful lot. And, well, it is still a fairly decent champion. Not really a big fan of it myself. As LS will say, and at least his chat will say, Gnar bad. But yeah, we still see it an awful lot in both Pro Play, LCS, LEC, LPL. So the champion still has to do something, clear windows of counterplay. But Victor is going to be the last answer from Team Cataclysm. Is probably going to struggle a little bit into the lane against the Galio. But yeah, it's still Victor. Skills out really well and still has that instant blow potential on the enemy bot lane. And then the Poppy is going to be the last pick into the top lane.
Or the
I actually
jungle.
wonder. Yeah, true. That can be a jungler, but I don't really know about Poppy Clear. I haven't seen a champion in such well. Like normally, it's just a counter to champions like Ornn because it's just really easy to interrupt things like Ornn dash and Ornn ult recast. But right now, it's not necessarily a counter to a lot of jumps, except for maybe Gnar hop. So that's why I expect it to go into the top lane. But yeah, it can go into the jungle and even the support role if necessary.
Yep, they will be looking in their champions now, so we will get to see and be able to tell you where those two champions are going to go. Hopefully they will speed through the pick bans in this one. It looks like they are choosing to ban out their champions that they actually banned. You don't have to. For those people that don't know, yeah, it comes up in your customs. I suppose you have a nice record of what got banned, but it just speeds it up a little bit if you just ban away a load of champions that are near the top of the list that haven't been played, rather than searching around to find what was next.
Aatrox, Ahri, Ashe. Ah shit, Aurelion Sol got picked. Well, we have to do draft again. Well, sometimes those kind of things happen.
Yeah, do have to be a little bit careful with it, but there we go. It will be the Poppy top lane and the Volibear jungle, so the configuration you would see more often. Poppy, a soft counter, I'll say, to Gnar, in that she can counter him fairly well in the team fights, able to stop him jumping in with that steadfast presence, able to stop him jumping out with steadfast presence as well if he does get caught when he is in mini form.
Yeah, and there's of course the pick-off potential. You can shove people into walls and that will stun them, and you can follow up with a lot of damage because I think base damages from Poppy are actually fairly high. And if you combine it with the fact that if this champion is, for instance, building plated steel caps into Bramblefest first two items, because while you are playing versus double AD top side of the map, you might actually be a real difficulty to deal with. Like Gnar can deal only so much damage from range with with like just auto attacks and the passive of his W. But that's about everything Gnar has. When he goes melee, that's actually more difficult for him to deal with. And he's not the only champion that can get ranged auto attacks in this lane. Like Poppy, when passive is ready, can get that the shield swing that just throws a shield on the ground, or if she lasted something with it, she can get instantly for that extra bit of HP that can give her more survivability in both trades and when running away. So it's actually going to be a really explosive top lane experience if they were to constantly trade it into each other until the first two item spikes. But I actually am more favored to say that this is going to be just one big stalemate and just the classic noodle fights that we're used to at the weak side top lanes.
Noodle fights and oh look, it's time to come down for a Baron. Yep, I wouldn't expect too much to happen in the top lane. Something else that has come out of this draft, though, we didn't really mention it, but Seraphine has been flexed into that mid lane position, and Galio will be the one going into support.
Actually makes sense. True. Yeah.
Yep. Good. Galio is good into AP champions. Kai'Sa deals quite a bit of AP, especially towards that early game. A lot of her damage will come from the AP, and Nautilus heavy AP. So Galio is definitely something that's a good pickup into both of those. And Seraphine will be much happier facing off against a Victor than against a Nautilus. We
There's
saw
also-
Tower last game.
Yeah, but like, there's also so much difficulty for Team Cataclysm if they want to play the 2v2 on bot lane. When Nautilus makes a call, Galio can instantly take off the call by just taunting both champions, and now the focus has switched into a different target. And like champions like Nautilus, Leona, Alistar actually really struggle with the fact that Galio can just interrupt target focus like that, and Jinx actually just gets a lot of free space to just do the kiting the auto attack or maybe running away when necessary. So Cursed and Canis really need to watch their timing when taking the fight there in the bot lane, because if they take it too early, this Galio will interrupt so much that Jinx just gets a free pass to do anything she wants.
And this looks to be what could potentially be a really fun match here. We've got two teams that really want to just play the team fights, so I'm hoping we get some really explosive team fights around the Dragon and Baron areas of the map. Might have a bit of a slower, more boring early game, but that's still something to wait and see if that is what happens. There's definitely points in the map that could also explode towards the earlier game. Definitely ganks can come up when you've got champions like Volibear and Jarvan in the jungle.
Yeah, when this Jinx Galio lane actually gets the pressure onto Kai'Sa and Nautilus, it might open up for a couple of dives. Volibear is still having that Stormbringer to disable towers. Same thing goes on the other side, but Jarvan doesn't really have that power to neutralize towers, but still diving potential all around with both Nautilus, Jarvan, maybe Nautilus even picking up the perfect timing rune. We haven't seen it in a while, but that rune has been taken an awful lot back in the day when diving was super common, also on champions like Rel. So when you basically are a different champion to do the same thing as a certain champion, it might be picked up. And then Victor Seraphine, early game, really poke reliant who's going to make it out. Maybe both of them are picking up the corrupted potion. Maybe one of them will only pick up a Doran's ring and just hope for the sustain to come magically. But when the poking game is over, these two skill really hard, but in different purposes. Victor right there is going to be a one-shotting machine. His AP scalings are through the roof, and if he gets those 3 items earlier than Seraphine can protect their team, it might actually be difficult to deal with. Then again, if Seraphine gets the lead in this lane, and the Seraphine can get the items faster to peel for their team, and also deal an awful lot of damage when she gets AP items instead of the reworked Moonstone and Staff of Flowing Water, then the Seraphine might also be a real difficult issue to deal with, mostly because, well, what can we say? The ultimate of Seraphine is still as broken, even with all the nerfs it got when it comes to cooldown. Level 16 Seraphine hasn't changed a bit, and that ultimate in late games can change, well, like everything about the battle. Like, you might be on the upper hand, and she gets a 5-man charm, and suddenly you're just walking into an enemy team with Galio, Taunt, Volibear, Ult, Jinx, Rocket, and everything just gets blown to bits.
Yes, definitely some very strong scaling champions on both sides. This could be a long game. Something that we'll have to wait and see. All these people in chat, I did put a prediction in there. I saw not many people did vote on it, but the overall votes, I believe, did come out slightly in favor of SPX. People really liking Seraphine and Jinx, and their 3 frontline champions to help keep them alive. Going into the loading screen, there is a few things we see. It is Predator Volibear, wanting
Like
to
it.
help out a little bit with the ganking. We have the
It,
Aerie
it,
on
it also
Seraphine.
gives you like 2 choices. Do you want to gank with Chem Tank? And if it's on cooldown, you can still use Predator instead. You don't actually have to force both of them at the same time unless you have real difficulties catching up to your enemy. But right now it basically makes it that the moment you use Chem Tank and it's on cooldown because the cooldown has been nerfed, you still have that second possibility to run at someone really fast and getting that stun off on the really important Volibear Q.
Yeah, something else that I see that I quite like. We have a cleanse on the Kai'Sa with the sheer amount of CC on the side of SPX. You don't really want to get caught by the Galio, caught by the Seraphine, or even Volibear or Poppy. Any sort of stun could just lead into you being chain stunned. That cleanse could be really useful in these team fights to help keep Kai'Sa alive, just allow her to free hit, or well, just hit around from the sides of the fight.
Also, of course, interesting to know that Jinx players these days have switched from the lethal tempo rune onto the Conqueror rune. basically what it has to do with is that lethal tempo was of course really useful because you get more attacks in, and the more attacks you weave in, the more damage you deal. But you also have to keep in mind that when it comes to Jinx, and most of the time you will be using your rocket launcher, the more auto attacks you are throwing into a team fight, the more mana you will be expanding, and the more mana you will be spending, the lower you will be on mana to do other things. So right now players have chosen to go for Conqueror over lethal tempo, basically because it gets the same amount of damage output when you get the attacks off, because of the adaptive force it gives, in combination with the fact that it also heals you after a couple of auto attacks when the rune is fully stacked. And well, if you still combine that with something like Presence of Mind, it will keep your mana pool topped off a little bit better and nicer than lethal tempo.
So, interestingly enough, we do see two 5-man stacks on complete opposite sides of the map. Neither team here actually going to find anything from these invades. Ward
A
is
little bit of
thrown down.
information. Cataclysm actually forcing it way further through.
Looks like they might go for an attempted take here on the red buff to start with. We'll have to wait and see. Back's being channeled. We see Volibear picking up the Oracle Lens on the back after placing the ward.
Was actually both placed identical on opposite sides of the map, which is really interesting to see how both these teams did the exact play on opposite sides and just didn't even spot each other at all.
And both teams are going to be starting on the top side of the map again, so not really what's expected by most people, but they will be mirroring each other, maybe wanting to focus a bit more towards this bottom lane.
Accepting weak side top lane, not necessarily needing that early gank to have pressure there, and hopefully getting a snowballing kill of that bot lane, because both of these hyper carries can get out of control real easily when they pick up their first couple of kills.
Another interesting point is Grizz has opted to start with the Dark Seal on the Seraphine.
Yeah,
So,
that's actually a trend that started around like LPL, LCK somewhere, but I still don't really understand why to start Darksteel over something like Doran's Ring. Yes, it makes for more potion healing. Oh, Lyre, already with an early taunt.
Taunt actually does slightly win the trade, just about, but not much really coming out there overall. Level 2 is
So-
hit first, but you won't have the taunt up
Oh.
yet.
Instantly going with the Exhaust, knowing that the taunt can follow up, but there's still a cleanse available. There we go.
Gillis does decide to use that cleanse to get out there. I do wonder if he hadn't done that taunt level 1, whether he would have been able to taunt quicker and they could have maybe forced a flash.
Really interested in these trades from the top lane. I did actually expect Neon's dash to connect with the wall, but the fact that he does have the Corrupting Potion means that he is the winner of the trade thus far.
So small interesting micro decisions you make with Poppy is the fact you can try and time your buckler to come off a cooldown when you have a grasp stack and use that to proc your grasp stack from range, which can just give you a nice little bit of healing from fairly safe and a little bit more poke. But it's a small micro thing to keep a track of. Is that buckler being used to try and proc the grass stacks or just being used for farming?
Yeah, so Mindless now actually behind in the HP game, but then again, don't know what Husky's doing here either. Basically gave up the bot side scuttle crab, knew that there's not enough priority to fight over that, and with the pathing from the bear that he didn't expect, did caught off guard a little bit. Volibear now walking to the opposite side of the jungle. Ooh, might actually catch Nautilus here off guard. That's not the pathing you want to take.
It's a stun going down. Dredgeline is used to escape flashback over the wall, and Cursed will be able to just walk out of that one. One thing I do want to point out is Grizz went through his mana extremely quickly there with the Dark Seal start. I think with Seraphine, you're a champion that has such a low sort of health defenses pool at the start of the game. I can almost understand the Dark Seal just as I want to keep myself on full health those first few minutes of the game, but it does put you in such a sort of weak position against all in.
Oh, Neon. Nice steadfast presence there.
Nice use of the steadfast presence. Neon showing
Yeah.
he knows how to play Poppy. I do like seeing Poppy. A lot of people find Poppy really boring to watch, but I don't know. I like Poppy. Ooh, but lots of trades coming
Yeah.
out in this top lane. Grass stacks just being traded. Neon knocks into the wall. Mini Gnar comes out. If the buckler comes up for Neon now, he could flash and get a potential kill, but that won't happen. And overall, not much really happens there. An invade did come out on the Raptors there, but we're not going to see that apparently. Thank you, God directed
Husky
again.
just spotted the bear in the in his own jungle, and then I'm actually expecting Santoryu to have a little bit more presence here on the bot side of the map because he knows that there's a flashless Nautilus without Hex Flash. And then to come back on the point where Seraphine started with Dark Seal, in a way I do understand that you want more potion healing, plus you're getting the refillable with it, not the regular potions. So you're basically every time you go B, you get just 3 potions, which is nice to have in sustain. In sustain against a poking lane. But having Doran's Ring first and maybe buying refillable later might be the play to make. But yeah, Red Husky really low there actually on the dragon,
Less
the
than
dragon clear.
30 HP on the finish with that one.
Little bit unlucky that my camera didn't show it, but you guys did show it on stream. So yeah, that
Yeah, I
was a
noticed
close
it
one.
happening. I thought, that's a level 4 Jarvan. That's risky.
That's not a Morgana. He cannot full clear that easy, but yeah, he still got it. And now gets to go B, gets that Iron Spike Whip to get a little bit easier of a jungle clear when it comes to the more mobs camps, Krugs and Raptors. And I think we're going to be seeing a fight over this Rift Scuttle on the top side of the map next, because it just spawned and the bear was already waiting for it. Jarvan now moving towards it, and when this bear gets off Raptors, there is priority on top side to actually run into this Jarvan as soon as possible. Camera not showing anything yet. Oh, well, Scuttle already secured. Oh, and they do
It's
get a
coming
lot of
down.
information.
Ooh, Gnar into the wall onto Neon. That's a very big minion wave. He's got to be careful here not to take too much damage. But overall, not much going to really happen. Everyone is moving up towards this top lane. We can see both Seraphine and Victor running up here. Potentially Grizz will be caught out here. The
Oh, he
knockup goes
will.
down into the
Ooh, a
death
lot of
ray.
damage.
The encore comes out, but Grizz trying to get away. Doesn't hit the blast cone though, and the flash forwards from Ainsley will pick up that kill using his ultimate. What is Victor ultimate called? Chaos Storm, of course. Oh, some nice CC coming out on the bottom lane. Getting about half the health damage down onto Cursed Nautilus.
Yeah, both forced into that tower right there because the sheer pressure of a Galio can't really engage on that without a reason. Neon having the slight CS advantage right there in the top lane, already leading himself, getting himself that 10 CS lead over the Gnar. Bot lane is also jungle is also going slightly in favor of the follower, but there is a kill on the Jarvan, so he probably has the gold lead over there. There's a Victor that's actually ahead, and there's also a slight fight in the top lane. I think these two should be pummeling each other, not necessarily getting a kill, but looks like Neil's actually extending and Mindless.
Yeah, we can see Neon's playing around the cooldown, especially the cooldown of that Q. But there's engage in the bot side. Lyre going in, gets the double taunt, and the tower is turned off, and the volley bear coming in, and that's just 2 kills picked up. Neither go onto the Jinx, sadly. I think they could have just kept. I don't think they had to. They could have definitely let Jinx have the second one there.
I do understand one on the Volibear. It's also nice to have a single champion that takes it to other lanes, but now, yeah, Galio didn't really need this one kill. On the other hand, having first blood, even though it isn't really first blood in this scenario, on your support can help them in getting their boots power spike a little bit earlier, allowing a champion like Galio to start roaming with something like Boots of Swiftness a little bit earlier into the game. But the rest of the kills should indeed go towards that ADC. But yeah, it looks like Allegacia just has to do it with the CS advantage. That isn't even that big because they didn't completely shove out the wave.
One thing I will point out is we do look like we're going towards a Moonstone Seraphine. So the damage coming out from the side of SPX is going to be heavily influenced by how well the Jinx is doing.
Yeah, you'd say that, but like base values on Seraphine are really high whilst we're seeing a fight in the top lane.
Oh,
And
but
this,
Mindless just overstepping there. Neon finally getting the better of him and picking up that kill. 300 gold into the pockets of the Poppy.
Poppy
course,
Q
it's
hits
nice.
so hard. Like Hammer Shock, look at those base values. 105 plus 8% of someone's max HP. 8% of a Gnar. That's a huge chunk you're taking out of there.
Yep, Poppy is a champion that definitely has to play very well around her own abilities. You can tend to see the difference between a Poppy that doesn't play well around them and one that does. Red Husky's wanting to go for some sort of lane gank here. The dread line goes down. Husky's walking forwards. Gets rooted up though. Nice chompers there from the Jinx. Santoyu jumping in, throws down the E. The K just thrown out. Here comes the Galio ultimate. This is just a complete brawl. Both junglers have gone down. It's just the bot lanes left to fight. TP is being channeled here from the side of SPX. It's Grizz coming in. The Encore's thrown down. Kenneth has to flash away. Dreadline misses. Laia taking a lot of damage.
Oh,
Doesn't
laser!
quite get picked up, and after all of that, it's just a 1-for-1. Both junglers going down after coming to help out in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and the kill on the side of Team Cataclysm once again on the Jarvan, and another kill on the Galio as well. Does have the plated steel caps completed, but not once again, not really the champion you wanted on. We would have loved to see this this kill on the Jinx, but it's not thus far yet. So I wonder how support Jinx with once again the carry support will play out this laning phase after the Nautilus we've seen last game with the Jhin support. Will it be exactly the same, or will Allegacia make a way back into this game for
Oh.
himself?
Santoyu is moving down again, but we do get to see the top lane Mindless picking up
It's
some
also a
extra gold
mindless
there.
play with the Volibear, you know? Like
Oh,
Stormbringer
Santoyu
isn't
thinks he's
available.
going to get it here, but it's his Red Husky and Ainsley both moving down into this fight. The Death Laser is coming out. Santoyu jumps
Oh,
back
Stormbringer in!
I'm not sure that's really where he wants to go. The TP is also channeled by Mindless. He just wants to make sure 100% that the team is going to win this fight. I don't think it was needed, but there we go. It's secured. They're also going to throw
can
down the
take
Rift
Dragon.
Herald.
They
I
can
know.
basically secure Dragon for free now with that teleport, so it's not like the worst in investment that he could have made, but it's also not the best because they didn't necessarily need him. And it is going to give some plates over to Neon, so he will get a little bit of a bigger advantage right there on the top lane, getting himself some solo plates, already having that 20 CS lead, but Mindless at the same time helping his team to get back into the game. And while they are 3 to 4 behind in kills, they are 1,000 gold behind. They do have both dragons secured, and we have seen a lot of teams also on high elo play, looking at G2 mostly, who have made comebacks of being behind in early game gold, but having all the dragons for themselves.
One thing I'll be interested to see is what Mindless's itemization is here, because people won't think about Steadfast Presence as that big of a deal, but when you are the Poppy, into the Poppy, but we do have a fight that's going to break out towards
Another
this bottom lane.
teleport.
Laia is being caught out just a little bit here, does manage to proc his rune, but that won't be enough. And this time the Victor picks up the kill. At least it was not your Jarvan again. As I was
Already
say,
has 2 kills, so yeah, Victor's going fine.
Victor is very happy scaling up right now. What I was going to say is, are we interested to see what Mindless decides to build on the Gnar as that mythic item? Because of course, I believe Stride Breaker counts as a dash, so it should be stopped by the Steadfast Presence, and that does reduce the worth of it a little bit, especially when you can't really spam it out for damage against a Poppy. But there's a gank up top lane, Santoyu coming in, Neon just getting into range with the heroic charge, Steadfast Presence locking it down. Kill is given over to the Poppy.
Yeah.
And not too much to say about that one. Just well,
No, it just happened,
done
and they're
gank.
just making a counterplay on the bot lane, and look at that, Jinx just melting like it's nothing. Laia now in trouble.
Just left alone under this tower, does throw down the exhaust. That's a big tower shot right there. They could probably
Also, some nice tower aggro trading actually on the side of Team Cataclysm. They did it really well. First, Curse taking the tower shots, nicely traded it onto Red Husky, and Red Husky bailing out just in time to not die off the last tower shot, because that damage does ramp up really quickly. So they're executing almost a perfect tower dive, except for not taking the kill on the Galio.
Oh, and that was close. Neon just manages to get that turret. Interesting enough, if Husky had decided to stay there rather than backing, had done the small coin flip, they could have secured first tower for his own team. Even if he had just stayed around to throw down a banner to speed up Kenneth's attack speed to get that minion wave into the tower a little faster.
I just want to see what the difference is on the bot lane right now. Almost a 1k gold lead on the Kai'Sa over the Jinx, mostly because of assists and the 10 CS that he's ahead. That probably would make around, what is it, boots as a difference, just not really a pickaxe. And I'm actually wondering what this guy's gonna build towards as a mythic, because there's a Volibear, there is a Galio, and there is a Poppy to deal with. So Kraken Slayer is of course one of the items that I'd probably say as one of the first items. But looking at itemizations right now, it looks like Cannon's a little bit auto-pathing into the classic Guild Force into Collector build. And I'd actually much prefer to see right now to go into a build like Kraken Slayer with Phantom Dancer, because Phantom Dancer these days also gives AD and enough for Kai'Sa to get that evolution on Q. So yeah, right now looking at the fight at the Herald.
Mindless will gnaw out, but doesn't look like he's going to really get to use it. He is moving forwards, but the taunt coming out from Lyre there to just zone Gnar away. And the second Herald will be picked up. Arguable whether that's worth it. We'll have to see how they choose to use this second Herald. Husky going in, gets the knock up onto Grizz. Will root him down, but Grizz will flash out there. Damage just being traded back and forth. A Dreadline does land onto the Jinx, into the ultimate from the Nautilus. A flash away from Kenneth. He's trying to get out of this, use the ultimate to run backwards. Santoyu is taken down, and the fight is just turning in SPX's favor. The absolute power coming out from the Seraphine, but Victor has finally joined up, but he's just ejected from the fight by Neon. Just as it looks like Team Cataclysm might be able to get something back. Neon says, nah, let's just stop this fight here.
Yeah, there also wasn't a Chaos Storm available yet from Victor, so that also means that there's a huge lack in damage when it comes to team spread AoE damage. And while Jinx rockets are just a force to be reckoned with, even this Jinx not having any kills yet, the Kraken Slayer with rocket combination did a huge deal there. And looking at itemization right now from the Kai'Sa, it is not the Collector coming out; it's actually a Last Whisper being built against these really tanky enemy team champions. So that might actually hint then towards a build with a Lord Dominic's regards really soon. But it is actually a really nice touch upon that build to build Last Whisper against a lot of tanky champions.
Yeah, I think already seen what a problem the Poppy's going to be, and that all she's really getting, Kenneth is really getting to hit, is that front line. So thinks, yeah, I should probably just get the penetration as soon as possible.
I don't really like postponing mythic items to do that, just for the purpose of having it. But yeah, well, if you're gonna do it, why not?
There's worse things we could see. It looks like
Basically.
Cataclysm are going for these dragons. Cloud actually going to be quite a good soul to get here, both teams. Definitely
Not necessarily game breaking for them.
Not
turning
game
bad
breaking,
situations.
but you definitely don't want the enemy team having that soul. Meanwhile, a big fight going in. Mindless did Gnar out. It's a 1-for-1 overall, but Neon has taken so much damage in the front line. The Ignite will just tick him down, and the cage is thrown down, locking a lot of people in. It's just Allegation the Jinx left alive to try and 1v3. Will just slow down Ainsley and walk out of that one alive. Really well played fight from Cataclysm there.
Yeah, but Mindless was just on the backline, not for any reason at all. Tries to Gnar out, doesn't really get there, and then, well, the fight collapses fully 180 the other way around. Don't really know what the intention was with the fight, because you basically can
I think Mindless
tell
was
that
originally zoning the enemy team off from the dragon, but
yeah, fair, but
probably didn't need to be quite so far away from his own team to do it.
you can basically pick off Mindless in the scenario of SPX there, and basically just deal with the fact like, okay, you got Mindless. There was no actual way to steal that dragon with the amount of setup that Team Cataclysm was having to steal it, so maybe would have left it at that, but they decided to continue the fight and just take a lot more casualties than necessary. Maybe on the side of Team Cataclysm, they could have done it without losing Mindless, but even then the play was really in their favor, so what can I say? They turned around their 2k gold the fact that they were behind into the fact that they're like 1.5k ahead right now. So they're doing it really well.
Yeah, it's really the you can see that Team Cataclysm really love to fight in these little choke points. You could see just how difficult it made it for SPX to really do anything there. When they were locked down into the cage and the Victor death rays just making essentially the entire choke point just a line of damage you have to walk through if you want to deal anything. Jinx is really struggling to manage to get much done. Oh, flash forwards from Liar into the Encore. They've managed to catch Cursed, but Ainsley was also here. Exhaust thrown down onto him to try and keep him alive. Grizz will get taken down in the end. The Jinx has been engaged upon. She's stuck in the cage, but is it Jarvan actually stuck in the cage with Jinx here? Turning it around, throws down the big rocket, taking one, taking two. And we see Mindless finally turning up on the back line. Overall, a 2-for-1 trade in favor of SPX. Ainsley is doing what he can to just clear out this wave. He will have Mindless there to help him. But it looks like they will engage under this tower. They're putting as much CC into Mindless as possible. That's one taken down. No one has been taken down yet from the side of SPX. Neon just getting out with a sliver of health, ticking to below 100. Oh, Liar will get taken down. It's just doesn't respect quite enough.
Why is everyone over chasing? Why do we keep extending these fights? It's not like we really get a winner. They just keep on trading 1-for-1, and in the end, it's still in favor of SPX. They get the initial engage, and the fact that Liar could get out of it in the first place was actually really interesting because the fight definitely went SPX favored, TC favored, then Red Husky tunnel vision backline. It was SPX favored again. I feel like there is a lot of communications within the team, but still not enough because, well, there's also a lot of tunnel vision happening from carries and players who try to protect the carries like Red Husky and Mindless. So I'm hoping that this Baron call is going to...
SPX don't realize. There's no pings, no nothing. No one's moving toward it right now. Teleport's even being thrown down.
The classic Baron flip in Baron Flippers fashion, and they're taking it with them. Completely unnoticed, Assassin's Creed style.
And that is a free-ass Baron right there.
Yeah. I can't do anything but agree with you on that point. Like, it's just... in a way, I'd say that all teamfights right now are SPX favored, but if they keep on losing more objectives, then they will just lose the war at the end of the game, because, well, Elder Dragon and Baron will just overrun at one point. And right now we are 22 minutes in game, only 2 turrets have fallen, not even in mid lane. So the map isn't even opened yet, and we're already past laning phase for so long.
Allegasia down to about half health already. It's not long until this dragon spawns, only 30 seconds left. And Ainsley might just stay... Oh, Santoyu has found Cursed in the river, but not too much damage down there.
Allegasia is full again because they have a Seraphim.
It's healing quite a bit just from the auto attacks. Looks to be about 35 per auto.
It's invisible Seraphine second cast W for spectators, but yeah, it's still happening. It's just a lot of healing. Oh, and Liar's actually
engage onto Ainsley. Everything thrown down, including the Encore, just to make sure there's no getting out of that. But they might be a bit too late for this dragon. It's being taken incredibly low. 1,000 health left, and it is secured by Cataclysm. That's an amazing knot into the wall, but they're all stuck in the baby cage. SPX Allegasia is doing what he can, but he's now trying to kite away. Will flash over the wall. That's the double flash after him. It's just Santoyu left now to do what he can. He will pick up this Nautilus eventually with the chomp, but absolute disaster in the end for SPX there. They decide to engage onto Victor in the mid lane and just give up the dragon.
I do understand why SPX didn't really see... Oh? Cataclysm still continuing the fight. Centaurian not necessarily taking a lot of damage, but for now should get away with this. So the thing is that I do understand the thought pattern of Silver
Phoenix.
Ultimate's
back up again, just throws him away from the tower. And here is Galio's ultimate coming down. He'll get a double knock up, but not much more than that.
No taunt available, yeah. So the thing is, in general, you do not really expect your enemy to take a dragon whilst they have Baron, because it basically it's counterintuitive with the fact that what Baron does. It helps you in giving you shoving power, and by doing dragon, you're not utilizing the shoving power from Baron. But yeah, it is Soul Point on the menu, and Soul Point being taken right there by Team Cataclysm. You can tell that instead of playing team fights, they really like to play that objective games into the team fights when they've secured them their objectives. And well, for now, it's just paying off gladly, because they were actually the first ones to open up the map with the help of that Baron buff on the mid lane. And it looks like everything is going in their favor for now. 4k gold ahead already because of the 2k gold they have had out of the Baron power play thus far. And hopefully they are able to extend it a little bit further. Both ADCs already on their second item power spike. And yeah, we're just waiting to see what is this Jinx going to do, what is Kai'Sa going to do, can they peel for themselves, or is the difference going to be made by the mid laner / maybe even the Poppy?
Yep, we do have Moonstaff also finished on the Seraphine, so pretty much full build. That's, yeah, a lot it's gone in. Ooh,
Baron
Red
timed
Husky
out.
goes a bit close, thrown into the wall with a heroic
But
charge.
it's the bait.
Just locked down,
It's not a bait. Unlucky.
and that's a big bounty that goes into the pockets of Seraphine.
Seraphine still going for those support items.
At some point, I'd like to see some slightly maybe bigger items. Oh, but there's the
Ooh.
engage, turns the tower off into the Encore, pulling them all back, and that's just so much damage getting thrown down. Santoyu flashing out to keep himself alive. Neon also living on just a slither of health. Laya also jumped in, will tank up a few more shots than was necessarily needed, but overall, big win there for SPX. They get a 3 for 0 with some really nice juggling of the aggro of the enemy team in the out.
Yeah, and this is the strength of the composition of Silver Phoenix, is when that Encore lands on a lot of
big
high
nut
priority
into the
targets.
turret, but there's not much to follow up. Kenneth is doing what he can. They're being taken quite low. Kenneth is now also just hitting on the backline for free. Allegasia is still alive though. This Jinx against this Kai'Sa. Red Husky can try and back it up, but the range on the Jinx just makes it so hard.
Yeah, that's pow pow for you. Like that range can be insanely long. So what I wanted to say is that like Seraphine ult just
Ooh,
does so
Husky
much.
puts the cage down. The teleport is coming in.
Oh,
W
but
thrown out by
Liar,
Kenneth. And they do
he
manage to pick
didn't
up the
channel.
Jinx.
He didn't channel the taunt long enough, and right now he's actually looking to get Dove, and Red Husky makes it out alive. That's also really interesting. Not even getting tower aggro, looking in to walk into a bear, manages to get out.
Nice out there. They should be able to pick up at least one tower from this. And a little bit of gold. We'll probably just decide to clear out the jungle. Yep, looks like
It's
they
just
will.
back and forth, back and forth.
And
Cataclysm takes the lead, Phoenix take the lead, and then it just changes between those two. Baron now looking to spawn back into 20 seconds. I don't think they will get away with a sneaky Baron like last time again. Maybe they will be prepared on the side of Silver Phoenixes.
you would hope Silver Phoenix are expecting that one again, but they found Kenneth trying to back. He just overstays a little bit. Encore's thrown down, charms both of them. The Jinx Rocket picking up one, and Victor also being knocked down. They can all Red Husky showing himself on the bottom of the map just gives up this Baron for free. It looks like Cataclysm are choosing to really buy into this play though, rather than trying to contest at all. They've sent Mindless to try and do some damage to that tower. If you're going to lose the Baron, may as well get something back, right?
Yeah, and they are doing that, having some pressure right now on the bot lane inhibitor tower. Probably can't get it because Baron recalls are just so quickly done. 28 minutes in game, Elder Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. And whilst it's not preferable to contest the Elder Dragon with Baron, you can't really give it away for free either. Team fights will be fought out so easily. Some sneaky recalls coming in, and no face checking coming out from Centauriu. And now it's the game dancing around Dragon, who is going to do it for the longest and who will run away with the prize. Probably waiting for really important cooldowns, since, well, the Encore is still on cooldown and there is a lot of high valuable cooldowns that are already available on the side of Team Cataclysm.
Ooh, Centauriu's not been spotted out yet. They will have seen him then. Lia's going for the engage, but everyone's just walking away. Does click up to the
There's the
Encore
Encore.
comes in, hits so many. Jinx is
Ooh.
just free hitting. That's so much damage going out. Lyra is eventually taken down. Red Husky puts them all into the cage. Mindless is there, throws them. Nice flash away from Alligator, keeping him safe. Kenneth's taken so low. Will actually get the kill onto the Jinx. It's just Neon left alive now in the 1v2, trying to do what the Poppy can, but it's just a poor little Poppy, and that will leave the Elder for the taking for Team Cataclysm.
Okay, so let's see if they do start the Elder Dragon instantly. I'm actually hoping that they will wait at least 20 seconds so Ainsley and Cursed have the Elder Dragon buff. I don't think they can force it as long as to wait for Canis, but at least make sure that Ainsley has it as well.
Yeah, there's no reason not to have it on Ainsley. He's going to be putting down so much damage, and with the Leandries as well, you definitely want that to be able to do it. It looks like they are. They're going to
actually
wait
waiting
to
for
get it on
Canis
Kenners
as
as well. They know it's completely safe as long as Mindless blocks any potential Jinx ultimates.
That's the Jinx
It is
ult.
thrown down.
Yeah, Elder Dragon's already down. Okay, good job. Yeah, and now it's just a matter of time that Team Cataclysm will force the fight that will eventually decide the game, is what I'd hope to say.
But
It can also go in this favor, but that would mean the game is over, but then again it goes to Silver Phoenix.
It's just
But
so
they have to force
hard to know. These team fights have been on a knife's edge as who won each time. We saw that team fight could have very easily gone the other way. Ken has just about managed to pick up Alligator on the backside of it before dying himself. But if Alligator had survived through that and had just managed to kill the Kai'Sa first, that could have been a very different team fight.
Yeah, Silver Phoenix now just waiting at their mid lane inhibitor, waiting for the enemy team to show at least a couple of positions to make a plan on how they want to contest this Elder Dragon buffed enemy champions. And if possible, of course, wait out to until the end of the buff so they don't even have to contest the Elder Dragon at all.
What are Cataclysm doing? They're not pushing, or maybe they're trying to sync their waves, but it's very strange that they're waiting for 5, I think.
They are trying to group. They are waiting for 5. There's a ward that spots them out, and Elder Dragon is halfway there, so they have to do something with that soon, but they can force this tower dive, and with the added damage from the Elder Dragon, should be fairly easy to do. Will the Encore hit hard or not? That's probably the deciding factor when it comes to Silver Phoenix.
It's done very well, but they need the follow-up there as well. Is how quickly can Jinx get through this front line?
They're rotating top. I think you want to fight. You don't necessarily want to apply push pressure. That's something you should have done with Baron. But now you have Elder Dragon. Just take a fight, even under enemy tower. You have Elder Dragon. Come on, guys.
Jinx doesn't have flash. Just flash ult the Jinx is Jarvan. You can ult as Victor
EQ
as well. But
flash
here it
extend.
goes. They put Alligator in the cage. The Gnar back into the wall. The Encore does hit
there's
a few,
Elder
but
Dragon.
Jinx is already down. That has to be the game now. Kenneth will just run down. Grizz, Lyre just left alive to limp back to his own fountain. And it's Team Cataclysm will finally push down into these towers to win the first game of the series. And there's the bug.
And it was a super close game. Like, I actually thought that it was going to be in the hands of Silver Phoenix, since they had some really nice early game plays. It actually looked like they were winning most of the fights with the help of those Jinx rockets, but late game it felt like their plan basically fell apart on the fact that if this Jarvan managed to get on backline Jinx, and Jinx was so busy kiting away Jarvan instead of just ignoring and focusing backline, there was no damage, and no damage means just a free pass for carries like Canis and Ainsley just to do what they like to do, and that's just rip through enemy teams. And all Mindless had to do, even in a really rough laning phase against this Poppy, just being Gnar, throwing people into walls, being a meat shield, and job's done. Really well played.
So much damage coming out there from Ainsley's Victor. Actually a full 10,000 above Kenner's, and over 5,000 above the next player in the game, which was the Jinx. Definitely a strong champion for him there. But that is, oh, yep, I should remember to change the screen before starting to do stuff. That would help a little bit.
Well, we all like to see Gwen from time to time, but she is disabled right now in the tournament for at least the first 2 weeks of release.
Yes, we want to let them get a patch in to figure out what's wrong. I'm kind of scared they're over buffing her right now because they decided to hotfix buff her, and
But
what I've
it's not
seen,
that
she doesn't
much.
look weak. It just looks like people don't know what they're doing so far.
Yeah, well, you have to keep in mind Q is really short range, so to get all the procs in of the damage part of the Q, it is really difficult. Champion has a fairly high skill ceiling, and it's not like plain and obvious like champions like Set were on release, and maybe even Viego, even with his really low win rate at the initial patch. But right now, the hotfixes aren't too bad. Like it's 2 base armor, just gives you a little bit more survivability in those early laning phases against AD champions that prefer to walk over champions like Tryndamere, maybe even Jax, Fiora, and yeah, the Q getting an extra bit of damage. Well, it's not the worst. It is one of your main forms of ability damage, but people don't really tend to stand into it when they have a dash or flash available.
Yes, I am just looking for the teams to invite again right now. What am I looking
Last
for?
game hype. Woo!
Last game of the day hype. Whoop whoop. Where's Team Cataclysm? There they are. Okay, yes. I should remember off the top of my head some of their names to really easily add, but there we go. Got a couple of invites out. I'll throw some more down just in case. SPX. Okay. So of course we saw some different. We saw an interesting champions select from last game where there was a lot of flex picks right up until the point where until we saw which players had the champions in their hands, we couldn't really tell where they're going. Do you think we'll see something similar coming out from this? Do you think there's anything that's likely to be banned by either team specifically? Or are we just going to see something probably fairly similar to before?
I think that at least both teams have a really clear picture in mind what they really want to draft. The question right now is, will they have the necessities included into their drafts to deal with the enemy comms? Because right now, the drafts that we've seen from both sides were really similar. They both really want to play around the same things. Difference being that there were just a little more options included into the draft right there from Team Cataclysm, that they were able to deal with the fact that they were a couple hundred gold behind in the early stage, but they did have all the presence necessary to take all the objectives, take every single dragon, even every single Rift Herald, and well, with that amount of objective pressure, not a single gold lead was apparently able to withstand that. So maybe include some more priority early strong lanes into that draft that can allow maybe Santorio to take some different pathings to contest Red Husky better. That's maybe the only thing that they can or shall change. But except for that, not really much you can do. It's basically just locking yourself into a playstyle that you prefer to play and hoping that it works out the best. And they
Cool.
both just have similar playstyles. That's it. They both like team fighting, and we've seen it go both ways already. It's just that the superior team fighting plus objective pressures right now on the side of Team Cataclysm, and well, they really have to start tracking Husky better, because when they track Husky at moments like he was doing that dragon, if they knew that Husky was there, maybe he would have died. Maybe they would have taken the dragon with them as well. That's already a real difference in the start that we've seen from last game. It might make all the difference.
So I think we're still waiting on one person still to join the lobby, but I will get all of the links in ready for people to use. So we've got. My brain's just going right now. It's one of those days. It's been a long day. Gotta just get these CTMs link. And then we've got our spectator link as well.
It's nice to see. Nice to see. Thank you very much.
And I think they're just taking a couple of them are taking a short toilet break or whatever. So we'll have a tiny bit of time to talk a little bit more about what to expect
We're expecting a real display of skill. Both teams just drafting whatever they prefer and just executing to a top prestation in level of play. We've just seen already just the way that these teams fight can be just barely on top or barely underneath. And if you have two of those teams into your league, I think the drafting phase might be a little bit different because priority picks for Silver Phoenixes might lie on different champions than they were for Team Cataclysm. I don't necessarily think that they will go for the Kai'Sa first pick like Cataclysm did. But if we get similar forms of draft, maybe they can execute it easier from blue side because, well, Red Husky showed us that he can have a lot of objective pressure from there as well. So maybe that works for Silver Phoenixes. And if we turn it around in that way, it's just blue side being dominant of having a really explosive first pick.
Yep, we seem to be having some trouble getting someone into the lobby. Second time today, might have to remake the lobby. We'll just see. Okay, we're just gonna have to really quickly remake the lobby.
Unlucky.
Maybe that's a point for the future. Maybe I won't just put in an absolutely random password in case someone has to search for the lobby. That's a good idea.
No.
This will be where he did somehow manage to join. I'll just send invites to 2 of the team and hopefully they'll jump in and invite the rest of their team and we'll very quickly be able to continue moving. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see, considering Seraphine was given fairly high priority last game, whether it's going to have the same priority, and whether SPX will be happy to first pick it. I think it's a flex pick for them. At least they're clearly willing to play it in the mid lane.
And the ult already had some major impacts in team fights. So they definitely can use the champion. They just have to choose their fights just a little bit better.
Yep.
But will you have to ban Kai'Sa then, since that will be instant pick instant pick for Cataclysm if they see that it's open? And they were really eager into picking that Kai'Sa up instantly when it got led through the entire first banning phase on that blue side. General still not really a fan of Kai'Sa being picked up that early into the draft. But yeah, it still worked out for them. It's still a really nice hyper carry to have in your team. And in the very end, it's also a champion that went behind and still allowed to get items can be really, really strong. And I think we've just were able to see it firsthand. That's how it goes when this Kai'Sa can just still farm up, get some items, get the items necessary to deal with tanks. And even if you jump on Kai'Sa, there's still the ultimate available, the killer instinct to just instantly reposition, finding a better place to do that hyper carrying damage from. And even a Jinx can be completely just looking for words that I know in Dutch but not in English. It's just so annoying sometimes. But yeah, can just completely do nothing against this Kai'Sa. Because I've seen one of the team fights where Jinx was just kiting away, mostly focusing on Jarvan, but it was like the freest auto attack with a rocket launcher on Kai'Sa to just finish off 200 HP. Just didn't go for it, and well, the fight just ended in the major victory for Cataclysm.
So we do have some interesting adaptations, or not no adaptations coming out is what I mean. We see Viego banned.
It's the same two bans, but in different order. Oh no, Cataclysm.
Cataclysm. But we see Gnar has actually banned out, so SPX saying, you know what, the Gnar was a big problem for us. Let's not allow that to go through this time. I'm not sure what they left open that was they banned out last time. Can't remember off the top of my head, but we'll have to see whether we suddenly recognize a champion getting picked that was banned last time. Nunu
I
will be the
feel the
final
drafting
ban.
phase open. It was Thresh they banned last
Ah,
drafting phase.
Thresh. Oh, looks like
So they're
they're
looking
happy
to
to
first pick it.
first pick Thresh. Interesting that they are happy to ban it from red side rather than leaving it open.
If Cataclysm now instantly picks Kai'Sa, that means Jinx is going to be picked up for Team Silver Phoenixes, because, well, Thresh is just the salvation for one of the major lacks on Jinx, being the lack of mobility. So when you lock in that bot lane, there's not an awful lot that Kai'Sa's gonna do against it with the range disadvantage as well. But it looks like Cataclysm is thinking about the same answer as we've seen a couple of games ago with basically last game with the Galio into a really aggressive champion that likes hooks. So yeah, just the same answer, different team.
And they'll pick up the Volibear for themselves. A flex pick, so not giving away where it's going yet. Something I do want to see is I'll be quite interested to see whether Silver Phoenix draft a more dominant top laner this time for Neon, because it seemed like he was getting the betters in the 1v1s.
Not really a fan of seeing Kai'Sa picked up in combination with Thresh. Yes, it's still a hyper carry, but probably would have preferred to see either Jinx or maybe even Aphelios. Aphelios Dispatch got a buff on lethality passive, and the ultimate just deals a little bit more or heals more depending on which weapon, slows more. So actually got a really nice buff, and I think he can shine in competitive play as well. But right now I'm still choosing the Kai'Sa because people are still locked into playing short range hyper carries that are easily punishable.
I do see the Tristana locked in. That is a bit of a longer range champion who will scale up range the longer we
And
go
she
into
can
the game.
all in this Kai'Sa fairly easily when there's one misstep to be made into that Galioton. So also easily punishable when this Tristana goes into the bot lane.
Is a little bit of a skill matchup with the Thresh. Thresh can flay Tristana out of her jump, can flay the Galio out of his charge. But we do see that Seraphine is now banned out. SPX choosing to ban out the Camille themselves, obviously don't like to play against it.
It's also interesting to see from Cataclysm that they ban the Seraphine because they get the first pick after banning rotation. So if they felt like picking it up for the mid lane, it's just open up for the picking.
Indeed.
Even for bot lane.
Tristana mid lane still, that is a potential flex.
Tristana mid, Seraphine bot, can just flex it.
I think it'd be quite a good pick for the bot lane. Doubtful that Kai'Sa Thresh is really going to be able to punish it too hard, especially when it's got Galio picking it up. But obviously not something that they're willing to play themselves, banning it out, as well as the Orianna. And SPX managed to get rid of the Victor this time. Ooh. So Lilia being picked up means that we should be seeing Volibear in the top lane.
Lilia top lane has been played at release, not necessarily the most popular pick. Like Conquer Lilia has some nice movement speed and sustain. It's like Darius but on a budget, and right now it's probably easier to pair up the fact that if this Tristana is going into the mid lane, you can combine it with that AP jungler. If not, then there's still an AP carry to be picked for Team Cataclysm. They might be running into 3 Merc threats all around the board for Silver Phoenixes, and well, Olaf doesn't really mind picking up Merc threats, and he has ultimate as well when wanting to deal with this lullaby. And then Syndra now being picked up for for Silver Phoenix, they are blinding it / picking it into the Tristana, and that's actually the carry Riven.
Yeah,
and I don't really know that
Volley.
matchup.
I imagine it's quite hard to play it as Volibear because you have to get onto the Riven. She's got so many dashes and the stun.
But your Q gets reset when she stuns, if you're mid animation.
That is true. It does get reset, but she also has so many dashes. You would have to imagine she'd be able to get out. It'd be very hard to land both the E and the stun together. Corki locked in is just very safe mid laner. Doesn't match up too well with the Lilia. It could also be Corki bot lane, but I don't know the last time I ever saw a Corki bot lane.
Ooh, remember back when ADCs were actually played on bot lane and mages on mid? Nah, man, it's the other way around these days. Swain is being played on the bot lane, and in mid lane we see Lucian and Tristana popping off. Corki in general is one of those champions that really likes to scale if he gets a free early game. Syndra doesn't necessarily give that, but the range versus range matchup makes maybe a little bit easier to deal with. Probably would have preferred something, well, if you are playing for scaling, first champions that come to mind is Azir, but we don't really have a lot of Azir players in the league except for maybe Skycold, and I don't know if he's still playing.
Yes,
He is still
Skycold
playing,
is on
yeah.
Team Bruv as far as
Team
I'm
Bruv
aware,
still.
and they are in the top league, so I can't wait to see how they do there. They wanted to be put into the top league, and they've managed to get themselves in there. So it'll be a challenge for them, and
They did manage it to finals last season, so I don't see why they can't take it up onto the top league. And Chainers isn't there anymore, so basically they are the best team around from last season.
Yes, and they were improving pretty much game to game, so it'll be very interesting to see how that goes for them. They do also have a new support though, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, if how the bot lane synergy is and how the support does match
They
up.
switched out Strong Ewok.
Yeah, so Strong Ewok's on another team.
Oh, okay.
He left and joined another team, and Vinx also subbed himself out for a new top laner, I believe. And
Yeah, well, he's in the jungle right now, right? I think.
they were sort of. He was sort of in the jungle sometimes, and it was someone else in the jungle sometimes. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Let's remember where I've got the stream pointed. That would help.
Yeah, it's now showing all the data of Pentakill. Yep, there we go.
Who was improving the whole season? Team Bruv was improving the whole of last season. I mean, you guys know it, must know, because I think most people expected Team Cataclysm to win, and Bruv came out looking better than they had before, and continued their sort of upward trajectory. So we'll have to see how their new substitutions do help or hinder them up in the top league. Champions being locked in, can confirm it's all as normal and as we would expect. Corki in the mid lane, Tristana in the bot lane. It's Volibear top with Lilia jungle. I did like actually playing Lilia top lane. I actually did like playing Lilia top lane with Dark Harvest, not the usual Conqueror. A lot of people took Conqueror. I found Dark Harvest allows you to have a bit more kill threat and just annoyance. Or Dark
Phase
Harvest
rush.
or Phase Rush, yeah. Those are the two, depending on
There's
the matchup.
movement speed upon movement speed, and you can be really fast there and just pretend like you're Hackerim.
Yeah, and I was always a fan of going Dead Man's, like, third item or even sometimes second item, and you give up your auto-attacking in team fights and trades in favor of just pretty much becoming unhittable. with
I'm
skill
like
shots.
already so used to the fact that we have new items that I wanted to say like, oh, so you probably go like Liandry's into Demonic Embrace, but like Liandry's was around with just a really meh item. It was okay in a lot of situations. It was at least a lot better than more than Nomicon, but Demonic Embrace wasn't even around back then.
Yeah, it was literally just you went Leandries into, well, where did you want to go next? And that was the
And
problem.
Liandry's gave tank stats. It didn't, or like HP, like
Yeah.
not really tank stats, but like it gave HP stats, and it didn't give any form of mana, CDRs, mana sustain. It was just HP, magic damage, even magic penetration, if I'm correct, and burn damage.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, the fun build was some point get Leandries, get a Rylai's, get a Dead Man's, and just laugh as they can't hit you and they can't escape.
Okay, so I was having this argument probably like a year ago, and now that you brought up like the point of Rylai's, when you're going,
Rylai's.
okay, so like when you're playing a champion like let's say Lilia or Singed, and you're saying I'm going a full movement speed build, and you build like Deadman's and Boots and Righteous Glory, even though that's not around anymore, is Rylai's considered a movement speed item because of the fact if your enemy's slower, it means that in comparison to them, you are faster.
Ooh. You know what? Yeah, I think it should be considered a move speed item.
Like
But in
I
that-
have
in
had
that thing,
an awful lot of like things about that, like just conversations, people just not
Does
not
that
knowing
make
it.
Randuin's a move speed item though? Because it slows on the active.
It slows for a bit, but it slows.
That's a really interesting thought, actually.
Leave your thoughts just in the chat, and we will
Yeah,
see if
yeah.
you actually have a nice argument or not.
Oh, we could just throw a poll out, actually. I mean, there is currently a prediction on channel points, but I'll also throw out a poll. Let's throw in a poll there. Do people think Rollo's is a move speed item?
Let's see if there's enough people around to vote for it.
Yeah, we're down a bit on people. It's getting quite late. But hopefully the people that are around can give us their thoughts. There we go. Well, there we go. Leave it open for 5 minutes as well. There's a nice poll. Do people think Rylai's counts as a move speed item? And we'll be able to settle it once and for a while. That's not quite how it works, but we can see what people think.
Maybe we should start a poll on Twitter as well. I don't know yet. So let's see. It's 5 seconds until we get into loading screen and see if there's any form of funny memes in the rune choices.
Yes. I'm still waiting to see our first ADC take teleport. I've become someone that's really a fan of just taking teleport on ADCs.
Please never do that when there's a Yuumi in the game. I will personally strangle you. Even if it works out better because you don't really feel like taking Exhaust or Ignite and the Yuumi has the other one already plus heal. I do understand the thought of taking Teleport, but just the fact that people take it and think they can still do the trick with Yuumi, even though it got nerfed over a season ago, it just haunts my memory.
It feels so bad when you're the Yuumi player and you just get left. You're just like, oh, I guess I'll walk back with the minions. No, wait for me, minions. Wait.
This is my life now. My Uber has left, and this is just me, by foot, walking the walk of shame.
Yep. Interesting enough, it seems like we had a crash almost instantly. So we'll have to wait and see how long that takes, but hopefully it won't take too long. We do get to have a little look at all the runes though. Conqueror coming out for Revan and Olaf. Olaf taking the Ghost over the Flash. That is what we normally tend to see. So nothing too untowards there. It is the Guardian Thresh, more of the team player as opposed to one of those people that likes to go Aftershock and try and keep themselves alive in the front line. Yeah, that's the correct rune usually for team play. For solo queue, you can argue different, but
yeah, true. Like personally, I've become more of a fan of looking at a press the attack Tristana over Halo Blades. Like I get the fact that for early game trading, it's nice to have Halo Blades because you can get the grenade or like the bomb in combination with 3 fast auto attacks, only needing 1 more to make it explode fully stacked. But for some reason, it just feels like against champions like Thresh, like Olaf, like Riven, it just feels better to have that extra bit of damage you deal, plus the fact that it makes your enemy more vulnerable, and then your grenade can actually deal more damage because you throw grenades, you take 3 auto attacks, enemy gets exposed, take a 4th auto attack, and it can be a major deal breaker in a couple of team fights as well. When you're facing these kind of champions, Halo Blades instantly being blown whilst press the attack can actually take out an enemy champion, and by then you will have the attack speed item that you don't necessarily need Hail of Blades, so you basically pick your rune just for laning phase.
And yeah, press the attack. I mean the thing people always forget about is just how great the vulnerable effect is, because it doesn't just amp your own damage, it amps your whole team's damage. In fact, I can't remember if it's just it amps all damage or specifically champions damage.
Everyone's damage.
Yeah, so
it just makes people vulnerable / exposed.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just
I remember
so
back in the
strong.
day when people would pick Press the Attack when the new rune system was released, and they'd combine it with Press the Attack Leona just so they could like proc the first stack. Leona would apply the second stack with like Q or like auto into Q, instantly being enemy exposed, and you can just deal a lot of damage into your enemy. Not as common to happen right now with runes being better balanced, because this was on first release. Hail of Blades didn't even exist back then. Conqueror wasn't even around back then. It was just like every single tree had just 3 options to go through. We didn't even have what is it? Omnistone back then. It was just Kleptomancy and
Yeah,
Unsealed
and
Spellbook. Good old
yeah,
days.
I can't see wrong. Yeah, I think the only support champion that makes you suppress the attack anymore has got to be Pantheon, hasn't it?
Yeah, and even Pantheon you see running Conqueror most of the time these days.
I
Even though I'd say Press Attack is still better.
even for solo lanes, I've never got on with Conqueror Pantheon. We actually ended up with a draw on the Israelites and move speed items, so we'll never know. We'll never find out if
I
Israelites
didn't
is
even
truly
vote
a move speed.
myself. I
Yeah,
should have just voted yes, and then it was just
then it
the
would have been
answer.
decided. Yeah,
Unlucky.
there we go. But yeah. Personally, I always just preferred press the attack Pantheon because the extra damage that you get pretty much instantly, and it just allows you to gank um, far more effectively other lanes and your own lane even, because the vulnerable is just so strong.
Sometimes maybe overrated, just overshadowed by things like lethal tempo, just always being procced, always being useful, even when you just only auto attack a champion once and just dump the rest of your autos on minions. Fleet footwork, always really nice when you're playing a poke lane, and Conqueror, well, just being Conqueror. Just
Conqueror being Conqueror.
either broken or super useless, but it's always there. So yeah, we're still waiting.
Still waiting. Gonna see chat ping up now and then with them asking if people are coming back. They hope so, etc., etc. There are rules on pauses at this point. I think they've swapped which team had the pause, so I have no idea what we're up to. Should maybe make a note. We'll say like 22, maybe. That's when it was started. So we'll just see how long it's going, and then we can go and try and find out exactly what's going on if they haven't restarted the game in a few minutes, or haven't started the game in a few minutes' time. Is there anything else really to mention? We do see Dark Harvest Lilia. We never really see any other type of Lilia anymore, so that's not too unsurprising. It is Grasp Volibear though, for that extra early sustain. I don't know about Grasp Volibear into Riven. I don't know how much that's realistically going to provide you throughout the matchup and into towards the later game. I don't know, to me it just feels like one of the other runes like Press the Attack or Conqueror is going to be much stronger for you.
Let's hope that he comes back.
Yeah, sounds like he's about to be back. He was just able to get back into Discord. I think his router had gone down or something. Not the first time this has happened. This has happened in previous matches before. Not for this team, of course, because they're in. But for other teams, we have had people's routers go off before, and they've had to reconnect. It takes a little while. It does just give us a bit of a chance to talk about things. How about Infernal Dragons, the first one spawning? Do you think they'll try and get this Infernal early?
It's nice to have just an extra damage boost, and it basically just says please go next for the next dragon and show us what the Infernal Soul, or like the Infernal Soul, the Dragon Soul will be that we'll be fighting over in the very end, which is probably the most important thing that these youngers want to work towards.
Yep, we can see. Oh, we can take a look at like all the runes they took maybe. Double defenses on Thresh, one of each. I'm just trying to find things to talk about at this point. Because what is there really to talk about? Anything interesting? I mean, there's the attack speed rune being taken on Syndra. I do like attack speed on mages. Recently come into really finding their potential. Because you'd be surprised how hard you start winning auto attack trades when you take extra auto attack. What are our predictions for the winners of each league? Oh yeah, that's quite a good thing to talk about. What do you think? Do you have any predictions for any of the 3 leagues who might win?
I have scrolled over a couple of teams, but I haven't really taken in all of the information. Plus the fact that I haven't seen every single team play.
Yes.
Looking at how this league has started thus far with Silver Phoenixes and Team Cataclysm, I think both of these teams are really strong right now. It's maybe just a little bit unlucky that Silver Phoenix managed to lose this first game in the series against Team Cataclysm, but that shouldn't mean much more than just a minor setback for them. But they have just instantly shown a really strong start to a season where they are basically just a new team. And well, Team Cataclysm last season made it to the semifinals, so they should at least be able to mimic that one once over again. Now that Team Bruv is in a different league than they are. Yeah, then probably the main question is going to be how is River League going to go, since I have seen a couple of those teams play. I think the last team that we've seen was it once again the Squad
Quad Nation Intellect.
Yeah, Quad Nation Intellect has been looking really strong, but I haven't seen all the other teams there yet. I've seen TLH looking okay, but not necessarily the best team. Team Bitches with some improvement might still make it fairly far, and then maybe the opponents from yesterday, the Fighting Cocks, can bring up a nice fight against Team Quad Nation. Intellect, but yeah, that I don't really have any fair predictions yet. I just don't really know how all the teams play.
Yeah, I haven't seen any Ocean League yet, so we can't really say anything about the Ocean League. I think
Yeah.
Lagoon's gonna probably be between, if Cataclysm can take the second game here, it will probably be between them and Archeon Academy Flash. They are the highest rated team going into this. So I would imagine if Cataclysm can squeeze this extra game, the 2 games against who are probably the other big rivals for the top of the league in SPX, if you can put them down, it puts them in a really nice standing to potentially win the league. Oops.
So there's a counter invade stack actually coming in from Cataclysm. Just want to set up a quick ward, not necessarily overstepping, but Husky was already preparing for starting his clear around his own Raptors, not going for an early Raptor steal on the enemy side either. Has placed on his own ward as well, so might even take in consideration that he can take a recall to switch his trinket. Not going for that, and well, we're just looking at a laughing bear and a laughing old man in a helicopter, or what is it? Rufflecopter? I don't even know what it is.
Rufflecopter. Yeah, I think that's what they call it. It's interesting. 3 wards were used by both teams. So they will try and get some information. Its Cataclysm's wards are very defensive. I guess Red Husky not really wanting to be found out by the Olaf early, which is understandable.
It's actually the Rufflecopter.
Ah,
The
what a name.
the Reconnaissance Operations Frontline Copter, aka Rufflecopter, ROFL. Of course, inspired by the Rufflecopter meme, but yeah, it's just there. Quirky things. League of Legends, just being League of Legends in the early days, when there wasn't such things as copyright and they could just plonk Bowser on a Rammus skin.
When they just skin, Chosen Yi.
Yep. Well, like, to be fair, Chosen Yi, they have had like some form of collaboration with Disney/Star Wars after that as well, because at one of the Star Wars like anniversaries, they made the what is it, Forsaken J skin.
Ah.
So
I did not know
yeah.
about that, but level 2 is reached first here. Cataclysm do manage to get level 2 back, and they're going on to Light. There's
Nice
a lot of damage
jump.
put down. Kedis is also taking extremely low, will get the first blood there and flash out, keeping himself alive.
Not waiting for the rocket jump reset for the kill, but yeah, just he gets out. That's what matters.
And that is a big win there for the side of Cataclysm. It was looking a bit dicey, but they did manage to get it there.
Basically the opposite of what happened last game. Grizz actually already out of mana, but she does have that, or like he does have that corrupted potion available. So whenever he runs out of mana, he can just pop that for a little bit of extra spice, a little bit of extra fuel. Neon taking a cheater recall in the middle, on the top lane. That's something. That's actually a first, I think, when it comes to cheater recalls in the league thus far.
It looked like the bot lane also might have been trying to do it, but it got a bit frozen outside of SPX's tower. They are autoing down the wave though, so it's not going to be frozen much longer. And they won't really get too much for free out of that. Bottom scuttle will be secured by SPX. Oh, Lilia is on the way, but she's not going to really reach there in time. Actually will potentially get engaged upon. Has to try and run away. There's a hook onto the
Ooh.
Corki into stun. Grizz is doing what he can, but he doesn't have much mana to really do this, and Santoyu will just pick up that kill. A nice kill to pick up onto the Olaf.
I was almost afraid that AC was gonna get away because Lyre didn't want to auto attack for the kill because he wanted to give the kill to one of his carry champs like Grizz and the Olaf. But good thing that Centauri was still in range to get that auto attack off, maybe even get an underthrow when he would have gotten in range. And for now, yeah, they are sharing a little bit of EXP there on the mid lane, but they want to shove it out just so they can get this recall on the mid lane as well. On the Syndra, Syndra still having those mana issues, and well, with this recall, 1400 gold total, barely cannot pick up that lost chapter. But there's a Tyrion coming, so that's actually looking to be a tier build. I'm
Yeah.
almost thinking like, please go Manamune on Syndra because it sounds so troll. But if you take into account that the more orbs you have, the more often Manamune will proc up that ultimate, it actually makes a big difference in damage. Your ult actually deals more damage with Mirror Mana than with Seraphs if you build it. But it's just so troll when you think about it.
Yeah, thinking let's build what is essentially an AD item on an AV champion.
Yeah, but
You
like,
always get questioned a little bit, and
what does Seraphs do? Seraphs gives mana and AP. Manamune gives extra spell damage. It gives mana. It gives AD, and it gives spell haste. It just
Ooh.
gives way more.
with a massive trade in the top lane, but also an engage in the bot lane by Cursed onto Lyre and Allegasia. Kenesis jumping in onto Allegasia will jump out again. It's about an even trade overall after all of this. The Flay coming down though, that's a lot of damage into Cursed. Oh, what a hook from Lyre right there. He pulls them both in, and Allegasia should be able to pick up both of these kills. But a double kill will get picked up by the bomb and the minion damage in the end.
I was afraid that Lyre would also die to the AoE, but good thing he didn't.
Yes. Good thing, I think he got the Lantern cooldown just in time to save himself, but not his ADC, unfortunately. Meanwhile, we saw Mindless actually got a really good trade in the top lane. Neon ended up
TP?
backing, but
Neon is
this
instantly
is
going
not
for it.
looking great for Mindless.
Oh.
He's taking a lot of damage. The ult is thrown out by Neon.
Oh,
The
the
flash.
That's the flash face plant into the wall like you don't like to see him. And it's actually Silver Phoenix this time around that will pick up the first dragon of the game, not Blue Husky. And Santorio's not going to be contested by this Galio. Corki's still being kept busy by Lyre, but who probably don't want to face tank another big one there.
And the next Drake will be an Ocean, meaning that the soul will end up being either a Cloud again or an Earth Drake. Earth Drake should be very impactful. Earth Drake's always really impactful.
Mountain Dragon, for some reason, just has such a high win rate. Like, it's just insane how 88% win rate is... yeah, so much higher than, like, other really impactful Drakes. Maybe you'd expect Cloud Drake to be the lowest, but I don't even think it is. I think... I don't even know which dragon... Wait, you do the casting, I'm gonna do some more research before I just spout out total nonsense.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one. The Cloud Soul definitely gives you more worth than you expect. The problem is just the Drakes themselves aren't that.
I got it.
Oh yeah?
So right now, the highest win rate when it comes to Dragon Souls is Mountain Dragon with a total win rate of 89%.
Ooh, a hook goes down in the bot lane though. We'll have to come back to that thought. Drowsy is thrown down onto Allegation, but nothing's really going to come out of that. Flay. Yep, no. Nothing really comes out of that apart from a used ultimate or two.
Yeah, so basically, actually, like all Dragon Souls are really close together. Like 89.6% on Mountain Soul, 88.8% on Ocean Soul, and tied for bottom are both Cloud and Infernal Soul with 88.4. So yeah, it's not that big of a difference. It's still like 88% chance to win the game with Soul.
Red Husky's
All
actually been
around the
caught
board.
out here by Santoyu in the jungle.
Ooh, nice smite.
For some health, but he's walking just into enemy team. Will get picked up by Santoyu in the end. Meanwhile, there's a massive trade going on in this top lane. Mindless trying to stay alive. And it's the 1-for-1 in the end, with that storm being called down, will pick up Neon.
Yeah, Liar and Alocasia want to get back into their own lane, getting zoned off a little bit by the Galio. And right now, 2 kills on the Kai'Sa, but still, the CS advantage is going over to the Tristana with that first blood in the pocket. Top lane is being bullied. Like, the Volibear is behind in CS, but still takes some really nice trades into this Riven. And I think that most eyes will be focused on this mid lane when Ainsley's gonna get those really important items. But now
There's
on
the
bot lane,
into the Flay, and the Lantern will pull them in. Cursed
yeah,
is a
blocked.
nice block to just keep him close.
Ooh,
Allegation
Buster
will
shot!
hopefully pick that up. Will not pick up in the end, ends up taking a lot of towers. Ainsley being
Just
forced to
unleash the
flash by
power.
Grizz. Unleash power. We'll just pick that up. A solo kill in the mid lane for SPX. And SPX is about 2,000 gold ahead now. When you do look, most of that gold is actually on the top side of the map. They are slightly behind for their ADC. Well, actually, the ADC right now is the only one on their team who is behind after that solo kill came down in the mid lane.
Getting a little bit tired of the games already.
Oh, been yawning all day.
Yeah, fair enough. It is kind of the weather to do that sort of stuff.
Suddenly really warm. Oh, but Neon might have been found out here. Drowsy is thrown down, but Red Husky's pretty much on his own right now into
There's
the
still a
Riven.
lot of damage. Look at that!
Oh, but Neon turns it around, jumping
Oh.
forwards to pick up the kill. Grizz is here to support. Mindless will be able to use that blast to get out, but it looks like he wants to turn the fight. Ainsley is here with the package, throws it down, trapping Neon in the corner. He throws out the ultimate to do what he can to help his team pick up Mindless, and now it's Ainsley in a 1v2 situation. The ultimate has been channeled already by Santoyu, and it goes down, giving him back those extra defenses. That will be very useful for him against the Corki.
Still on the chase.
Looks like they will just slowly chase Ainsley down. That's not too much damage Grizz is doing. Ainsley turning it back around.
No unleashed power available yet.
Oh, and yet another hook by Liar, showing why they first picked this Thresh.
Oh, and that's killer instinct. That's over.
Straight forwards by Allegasia. And Cursed gets a little bit of extra movement there. A very nice E to get himself away.
Look at the chase. Ainsley's still alive, and he got a red buff.
Oh my god. That's...
He makes it out. He just survived, just saving Private Ryan. He just made it back from enemy front line.
And Santoyu's got to be kicking himself there that he didn't help his mid laner chase that up.
Probably afraid of dying himself as well, because there was a lot of damage and retaliation coming out from that Corki. Also, interesting thing to see is that I have neither Syndra that we've seen today seen used like the combination of Syndra that if you use E before Q whilst Neon is getting smacked by Mindless once again. Let's maybe focus on that one before I finish.
Neon's turning it back around, has ulted, flashing away from Volley's ult, getting the shield, and Riven ultimate just to
Ring
take
slash
that.
execute.
Ainsley has come in here, jumps into melee range. That's not really where the Corki wants to be.
Look at the
Takes so much
damage!
damage down. Neon picks it up in the end, showing why this Riven is to be feared.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say about Syndra is that if you channel E and buffer your Q afterwards, your Q will still like be thrown out and stunned, but it's just really weird because your E is already done when it comes to animation, and it
Yeah.
really catches opponents off guard. It just I haven't seen either Syndra use it yet, but it's still really easy to do because the buffer just takes a real long time. There's not really a window of error.
Yeah, it's a really forgiving buffer. I'm surprised we haven't seen it yet. Something that I have noticed is we do have double cull coming out for Cataclysm. Oh, but that's a nice turnaround onto Liar. Does throw down the stopwatch going golden, trying to keep himself alive a little more. The ultimate is
there's
thrown out by
the
Tristana.
No, he
But,
cancelled
that's
an
a
auto!
tower shot, and that's a big shutdown onto the Tristana. An absolute disaster there.
Oh, either he cancelled an auto attack or he auto attacked a minion there, and that well, it's just too bad, I guess. It's nothing else to be said. It's just too bad.
Too bad. Yeah. Cull, I was quite surprised because Mindless was not farming up too well on the Volibear, so it's kind of surprising to see him spend that money on the Cull.
You don't necessarily have to farm well. Like if you can or like hit the fact that you complete the item, it just gives gold and maybe forgives you for all the CS that you've missed in the first place.
Yep.
A little bit more.
Kenneth will actually end up picking up a tower plate. Oh, and here's Laya roaming again.
No. Ainsley dash into the wall, and that's
Stun
going to be his
into the
death.
hook. Unleashed power to just pick that up. And Laya's showing what you should do when you buy Moby boots. Guys, this is what you should do. Roam.
Oh yeah, I remember your kryptonite, buying Moby
I
boots and
hate...
staying in lane.
Oh my god. The amount of times you see it.
But like, I think that's also one of the reasons why you don't really see Moby boots being built on supports often anymore, both because they nerf the cost, so it's probably better to go Swifties, and the fact that, well, Ionian boots are just so gold efficient, even with the 50 gold nerf. You don't really see the boots that often, so they can't really be misused either.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to misuse them at this point.
So,
It looks like a tower dive potentially being set up. towards this
I wonder.
possibility, but-
She's standing on the ward, or he is, but yeah, there's still a lot of people coming
Oh,
in.
and there's the
4v4.
package going in. Ainsley into the backline. Also jumps straight back out again. That's so much damage down onto Neon. That's a big shutdown. Again into Tristana's pockets. Allegation
Oh,
now a
what's
bit
the
caught
ADC
out.
doing
Has to
there?
flash away. And he will be taken down. The Olaf is in the backline and they're all low. He's doing what he can. He will go on to 80. That's 2 picked up. That's 3. Can he get the 4?
yeah,
We'll take the
Olaf.
Lantern out in the end. Triple kill though for the Olaf. Mindless jumping in. Absolutely losing his mind there.
Olaf
Way
into
back
3
into
melee
the Olaf,
champions.
and that's so much healing coming out.
3 melee champions into Olaf is maybe something that forgives the nerfs of Gore Drinker. That still makes the champion somewhat useful. And while this scenario just makes it out alive, survives an awful lot of damage being thrown on his head. There's no Grievous Wounds until now being purchased by the Lilia having Oblivion Orb, but that would have been the deal breaker if that was picked up on earlier. And right now, I want to point out that it's basically the same game as we've just seen from blue side perspective. All major objectives are on the side of Centaurio this time around, not Red Husky, but they were both playing blue side, and they are majorly ahead. It's not as close as last time. Then Team Cataclysm came really close into winning this team fight, but in the end, the Olaf appeared to be too much to deal with. And right now, 17-8, 5k gold lead, looking really stable, but they have to still pull it through. Because if they fill the initial team fight just like Neon just did, they might still be able to lose the game, but it's far-fetched.
And Shirelius was picked up on the Thresh, which I really like. And there we go, already making use of Shirelius to just say, you know what, you're not gonna get this. The thing is, Shirelius is on such a short cooldown as well for what it does. It's just so useful.
Not only that, but now that the item is changed with the like the Inspire effect,
the ultimate is forced out from Olaf.
There's
and
no
if
healing
fight does
though,
come out,
because
there's
no
one
melee
picked up
jump.
already. Red Husky is doing what he can, but just not quite strong enough to take out Grizz. Grizz on the backline.
You have to
He's
focus at
completely
carry.
fine. And now it's just the Corki left alive. So much CC going in. He will pick up Grizz. It's a double kill into the pockets of the Kaiser. And this kill gold is now starting to get spread around all over the side of SPX.
So, what I was thinking about, they changed Shirelias. Now that you have like the Inspire effect, when you help or heal or shield someone, they gain movement speed. So basically, when you're a Thresh player, and you have the tendency of throwing lanterns, like not on your ADC, but like just a little bit further away from them, like fetch, you actually get more movement speed towards the lantern now the moment you gain the shield. So it can actually come clutch in some major situations where your ADC is just barely out of range of clicking the lantern, but gets the shield and gets the movement speed to run towards it, and then just gets out. It's actually really fun to think about. Haven't seen it yet, but yeah, it's just one patch old.
Yeah, another thing that I hadn't thought about, that will fit really well with Guardian. If Guardian gets procced, you'll basically just give extra move speed to whoever's near.
To get out or to get in?
To get out or to get in, exactly.
Neil really wants this turret, and he's gonna get it.
Mindless does ult. He's trying to turn it back around onto Neon, but that's so much damage being
Yeah,
thrown
Wind
out.
Slash
There's the Wind Slash, and not too much you can do there. Husky, I'm not sure you really want to take this trade. He does throw down the Drowsy. So much damage going down there. Ainsley turning up does force Neon to flash away.
Neon actually having what's it called? The nullifying orb rune that you don't see an awful lot around, but it is justifiable because well, Volibear also deals a lot of magic damage with that E. Might have been the saving grace in some really clutch trades.
Yeah, you are essentially into 4 magic damage champions in a Tristana. Most of Volley's damage onto you is realistically going to come from the magic damage towards the latest points of the game, especially with the percent health. So, justifiable if you want to go blue as your secondary rune choice. I'd be interested to know what the other choice for rune was from the sorcery tree.
Probably Transcendence because spell haste
yeah.
and it's Riven.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Right now is looking to get a ward there to get some information for Red Husky's whereabouts. Knows that they are not on the Herald. Not really a fan of second Herald, but then again, if there's nothing better to do on the map, why not just take it? Like, there are a lot of ways dying on the bot lane just for free.
Yep. I mean,
But who's gonna use it anyway if everyone's here?
at the worst, taking the Herald, it's 100 gold, and you probably get like half to 2/3 of a turret's health for free. Oh, and here's Shirelius being utilized, trying to engage onto Ainsley. Flash forwards into Hook, it does miss.
Ooh. Forcing Ainsley to exit the other side, and Neon can actually get in range to get the
that was
combo
a beautiful
off.
combo.
If only he would have aimed it just a little bit more to the north.
And that is disgusting damage from the Riven.
Yeah, true.
Sitting on 2 items and bruiser items, not full damage items either. There's a stun down onto Red Husky into a hook.
Sonya's though.
Sonya's is thrown out. The Unstoppable will just keep Olaf going in the backline, forcing Kenners out from that fight. Meanwhile, the fight is just too big to catch everything in at once.
Herald actually kind of saved Suntory for a long time because Herald took down the tower. So even though he still died in the end, he just was able to live mere seconds longer than he usually would have, forcing Galio to take a trip back to base instead of helping defend this tower. And actually secures the tower here for Silver Phoenix with a really strong performance in comparison to last game when it was really close all over the board.
Yep, they decide they don't want to push for the inhibitor, which is probably a good choice. That when they back off, they would have to back, which does open up a potential Baron sneak for the side of Cataclysm. But it looks like
Imagine flipping Baron again, 2 games in a row. Don't think they'll get away with it, right?
No, probably not. They could probably guess SPX is going to go for backs here, so they could have turned straight to the Baron if they wanted to, but they're not going to try that again.
Probably want to prepare for this Dragon Dance.
Yes, Dragon is spawning in a minute, so we will be seeing it come up very soon. And team should be setting up.
Like, we all know that like Dragon Dance setup in general is really important. If you don't set up your Dragon Dance correctly, you're gonna be missing out on a lot of speed and attack. Wait, that's a different game. Then again, if you set it up correctly right here, you can potentially deny the enemy soul point, but at the same time, if Team Cataclysm wants to commit for this Dragon Dance and actually go for Dragon over Baron, they will take a single Cloud Dragon, maybe in trade for Baron. But right now, there's actually an engage being called on Red Husky.
Shirelius yet again. Nice stun to let the hook land, and that's the jungle gone. Be interested to see if they decide to just take the Baron or the Dragon here. Looks like they will go for the Baron.
I would have preferred to see them take it the other way around, Dragon into Baron, because it just gives you more time to actually use Baron. But right now, it actually looks like they're giving up Dragon Point Soul at all.
Neon will potentially contest it. But,
Neon will 1v9. Like
he's not feeling himself quite that much. Probably a good idea, especially with the 250 gold bounty on his head. No sense in just giving over that extra gold for nothing.
I wonder if this is going to be worth it. Like, basically, this Baron call is worth it for a Silver Phoenix if they at least get like, I want to say that they'd at least get like the Nexus, which is winning the game, but That's maybe like an overestimation because they're not like so far ahead that they can just like ruffle stomp over the comp of Team Cataclysm. But
I think if they can get another inhib turret at the very least, they'd be pretty happy with that, because
like
that means they have to
in
take at least 2
general,
towers.
yeah, but like in general, you want to take the inhib so you can take the Baron and then end with Baron. Now you already have the Baron, so you want to end with Baron, but you're gonna take inhibs, which is probably
Not the best.
extending the game, because if you take them, they will get free farm. There's no objective to contest on the map right now. So that's why I would have preferred to go for Dragon, securing a soul that lasts for the rest of the game over a buff that probably will time out in 4 minutes. And well, I'm wondering what they'll do with it.
Ooh,
HP now
Neon
getting
flashing
engaged on their Neon.
forwards, and that's
And
so
look at
much
the
damage.
damage!
Oh my god. Just taken down in return for nothing, but they're hard engaging onto Neon right here, but all the dashes, the Riven's just getting away, turns it back around,
Oh,
but can't really do much with that. One
I
tower
think he
already
could have
picked
had
up by
a couple of raid
SPX.
there, since the E cooldown has been reduced like 3 patches ago. People just overlook Riven because it's a solo queue champion, not necessarily that good in team play. But if you were to ask the same thing to the top laner from SK Prime, Eloise, he's a really big Riven fanatic. He'd probably beg to differ.
You do actually find that a lot of the pro top laners do start off being Riven one-tricks, or
Eloise
playing
has
a
been a
lot
Riven
of
one
Riven.
trick since like season 7, so for him it's nothing new.
Yeah. Is one of those champions that seems to attract the kind of people that want to go into pro play. So
I like semi-pro play. It's EU Masters, not necessarily LEC already, but some of them already get paid because they're in academy teams.
yep. That was all a bit unfortunate for SPX, that series of events, although that they picked up the 1 kill, they end up only getting 1 tower. Think they didn't even get the other bottom tower. They bottom out. Which definitely not really worth it for the Baron. I suppose at the very least, taking the Baron gives you 300 gold per person. It's like injecting a kill into each
300
champion.
gold, a lot of experience, and it got them top lane tower.
Yeah,
It,
like
it's
you're
something.
not unhappy, but
You could have had Cloud Soul for the rest of the game,
you could have
increasing your
opened up the
winning odds to
possibility of an earlier
88%,
Elder.
88.4% win rate. Also, right now, the combination of dragons is Infernal into Ocean into Cloud, which actually has an 81.1% win rate in general when taken in that order. Just some funny stats I have here in front of me.
Looks like SPX might just try and take this fight. Shirelius is used. They're running forward to double stun down. Really nice from the Syndra there. But Olaf's in the backline has taken one down already. Curse will also be falling. That just leaves 3 to try and defend against the full 5 from SPX. They hook the Volley Bear out of the tower. Liar's taking a lot of damage in return. Flashes out to keep himself alive. Red Husky puts the Drowsy down. Stopwatch is used to counter it, and there's a stun coming out, and it just leaves Kenners to try and defend as the lone Tristana, and that will be
They
game
don't
2.
need Baron, they can just finish the game like this. And it also leaves this really enjoyable series into a 1-1. Like, I didn't necessarily expect Silver Phoenixes to lose this game after how close the last game was. But after losing the last game, it can sometimes be mentally breaking. And in this scenario, it's actually really, yeah, it just went really well for Silver Phoenix, just being able to end this series in a 1-1 tie that's never to be broken yet. But it at least makes up for the last game that they probably could have taken home as well if it wasn't for that jungler Jarvan with all that objective pressure that just couldn't be touched.
Yep. And for all of those stat buffs, or what I mean when going through the stats is for anyone that wants to watch it. Plus, someone can give them to DB to figure out stats later. There we go. Riven doing by far the most damage, over 5,000 more than the next champion. 26 minutes 48, in case anyone's wondering about the exact timing of that. And that will be a 1-1, the second draw we've actually had. So definitely some very close teams. And it does mean that when playoffs eventually comes around, we could have some very interesting best of threes and potentially best of 5 finals. It is always nice when it's not a straight smash one way or the other.
Yeah. Just basically nothing left to say. It was just a really nice game from Silver Phoenix that they managed to pull back the series. That's about all I have right now.
I managed to pull it back and tie it up. And if anyone from Cataclysm or Silver Phoenix would like to give a very quick interview, I think we'll keep it really quick because it is quite late. Or actually, not even interview, unless you have a specific question you want to ask anyone. We won't even say interview. If either of them would like to come on stream and say something to the other team or to the stream themselves, quickly let us know, and we'll get you in very quickly to say something. But yeah, this is really spicing up the middle league here. That's four draw or two draws now. Four teams sitting on a win and a loss. I know how the other game's gone because they told me, but I'm not going to let that one slip just yet. We will be showing it tomorrow, hopefully. But yeah, do either of the teams want to jump in? Have we got anyone? No, doesn't. Yeah, we got a couple of people. Okay, here we go. Welcome, guys.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Anything you want to quickly say to the stream? We would give an interview, but I mean, unless Deurmat has a specific question you want to ask, just give us some thoughts on the thing, on the games, and what you want to say.
I think we messed up in the first draft. First game we drafted like no damage, and I think that was kind of our problem. We ended up like running in and doing nothing when we got in.
Oh,
Second
very
game was a
quickly, so
bit
people
better.
know who you are. Say your
Oh.
name so they recognize voices. Yep.
I am Neon, the Riven one trick.
Yes, and I'm at the AD carry.
Hello, AD carry.
Hello.
There you go.
Allegazia.
Yeah, I'm the ADC one trick.
The ADC one trick. Yes.
Yeah.
So, you're saying about how you thought you messed up game one.
Yeah, game one we got advantages in the lanes, but we weren't able to transition it into like late game. We ended up falling off quite heavily with our comp, I think. We didn't build any damage on either like the Poppy or the Volibear, and so we ended up just running in and not killing anybody, and we couldn't play around the Gnar at all. So that's why we banned it in the second game.
Okay. Cool. Very quickly then, I'll throw you a few more questions. So, what did you think of Team Cataclysm overall as a team? No flame, please, but
They were good. Definitely, they play well around the jungler. It feels like, even if their individual laners aren't able to keep up, the jungler seem to be really good at keeping them in the game. They played around the Gnar in the first game really well, which was I think why we ended up losing. It's quite hard. We struggle quite a lot with managing Gnar's sort of rage bar and going in when we need to. But they played to that really well, and their drafts were really good as well.
yeah, not the most obvious thing to keep a track of. Also, I completely forgot to notice in the first game that there's the Jarvan Gnar combo where Jarvan can set up some nice walls for Gnar by ulting people.
Yeah, it was something I was afraid of, which is also why I picked Poppy. But I messed up every single W and couldn't keep them on from engaging. So.
Well, that does happen. So next week you guys have Paper Squad. I don't know if you've looked at all into no, not Paper Squad. You guys have
Departure
Esports T2.
Yeah.
Have you looked at all? Did you watch their games? Do you have any thoughts on what we might expect to see next week? Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, we are feeling pretty confident. I'm sure about that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm gonna pick Riven, and I'm gonna stomp lane. So
there we go, calling out for the enemy team to ban Riven, basically. Yeah. Anything else you guys want to say before we let you go and end the stream? And
yeah, thanks for hosting. It was a load of fun. I look forward to going back over the VODs on the stream as well and hearing your guys' commentary.
Yeah, same here.
Cool. Great. Thanks to both of you. Thanks to Deurmat for casting with me. Anything else you want to quickly say?
No, I think I've said everything, so you can just finish up the stream if you want.
Perfect. Thanks to everyone for coming to watch. If you're not subscribed, or not subscribed, we're not on YouTube. If you don't have to subscribe. If you're not following, please follow. If you're not in the Discord, go jump in the Discord. Come see us. We'll be doing more stuff constantly. Tune in for the games, and we'll see you all later.